Hey. Happy Thursday, everybody. Today is January 25th, 2024. And we are heading on back into Idaho, guys, discussing new documents and talking about what is going on. We got one more day to the hearing. Just to let everybody know, everything discussed in this channel is 100% alleged and purely speculation. Please remember that. Let's get this show on the road. Here we go. What's up? Welcome back, everybody. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining me today on this rainy, crazy cold Thursday. One more day of the week, guys, and it's over. It's great to be here with you guys. Thank you so much for joining me today. We got one more day for the Idaho hearing. Today, guys, we're delving into some new documents that dropped, amazingly enough. Mr. Cletus said they were going to, and they sure did. So here they are. Of course, we're going to be discussing this stuff after the fact and hopefully some updates on the Kansas City 3. Another horrible situation that's going down. So come on in, grab a chair, get comfortable, and let's do this. Great to be here with you guys. So very great to be here with you guys. I hope everybody had a wonderful night last night. Thank you, all of you that tuned in last night for the show. Much appreciated. And here we are again. So let's see, guys. Again, if you're up to it and you feel like it, you don't have to, but I love seeing it. Let me know where you're tuning in from today on this crazy, cold, rainy day. I always love seeing where everybody's coming from, but let's see who is joining us today. I appreciate you guys so much. Let's see here. Looks like Daniel Olson's in the house. Miss Kells is back. Well, welcome back, Kells. Good to see you. BZ Music and Chat. Welcome, my friend. Good to have you here. Brian Hoffman, Bry Guy, what's going on? Good to see you. Jackie Bushable, welcome back to you. Miss Teresa coming out of Southeast Wisconsin. Great to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Daniel Olson says Tacoma. Hey. Welcome to you, Mary Holt, Wilmington, North Carolina. That's awesome. Thank you for joining us. Kelly Mack, welcome back from Greater Cincinnati area. That's awesome. That's in Ohio, folks. Nat Cat, welcome back to you, Africa. That is so awesome. Thank you so much for tuning in from South Africa, Nat Cat. Great to have you here. Looks like Miss Jessica is tuning in. You didn't scare me from Raleigh, North Carolina. Duke, what's going on, brother? Good to see you. Sasha Burge, South Florida. I'm jealous over your weather today. Beth Wagner, Yonkers, New York. Welcome back to you. Kelly Coker, welcome. Good to see you. Mum of Four, UK. Welcome. One Made Nut, Eddie, my boy. Good to see you, sir. Coming out of Minnesota. Good to have you here. Kelly Coker coming from Tennessee down south. The Richard, what's going on, brother? Good to see you. Coming in warm at 60 south of Dagoville. There you go. BZ Music's coming out of North Carolina. That's awesome. Great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Mama Bear's in the house, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. How are you, Mama Bear? Good to see you.
Hi guys, I'm good. How are you?
Wonderful. Tina B, great to see you today. Thank you for joining in with us. I appreciate you very much. Burge equals Fergie with a B. Bergie.
Bergie.
There we go. Thank you, Sasha. I wish I could. I love when people explain their names to me because I hate slaughtering their names. Victoria, great to see you. Looks like Josie West is back coming out of Wisconsin. Good to see you. Lucia Olson, Northeast California. Hey, hey. Sunshine all the time, right? Come on down, guys. Grab a chair, grab a seat, get comfortable, grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Come on in, sit down, have a conversation with Mama Bear and me. We don't get to talk to her very often, do we?
Not anymore.
She's a busy, busy, busy lady. Raul Kurvitz, good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Luna Whispers, thank you for being here. I appreciate you very much. Lisa and Cannoli, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Duke, what's going on, brother? Good to have you here. The other Teresa, thank you for joining us. Great to have you. Great to see you. Sony's in the house. Welcome back to you, Candy Girl. Good to see you.
I'll be right back. I think the dog just on the piano.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hey, I mean, always good to have a musical talent. I think I got almost everybody. Jesse Lynn, welcome back to you, dear. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. All right, Brian. That's awesome. Good to hear. Good to hear. Aren't you having today's the 25th? Aren't you supposed to be doing something today, Mr. Brian? Chad Button out of Iowa. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate that, my friend. Anybody out there that's just kind of hanging out and watching and not in the chat, thank you so much. We appreciate you so very much as well. As I always say, guys, on your way in that door, please hit that like button. Leave me a little bit of DNA for the algorithm, folks, if you will. Evie Marie, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Always a pleasure for all of you guys. Again, I hope you're all having a great start to your day. It is early afternoon, so everything else should be good. Let me see here. I want to make sure. If I didn't call your name, I'm sorry, folks. I'll catch you up, I promise. But sometimes I miss them. They overlap and I don't see them. Okay, Brian, no problem. Tree Baby Tennessee, what's going on? Johanna, Texas or TX, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Always happy to see you.
I swear it's never a dull moment in this house.
Oh, well, you know, that's how it's got to be. Mr. Philip Hughes, my friend, good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Great to have you here. Dialysis is not the same without Brandy and Heather. Yes, they both have days off today. He's not happy because you're not there, dear. Well, you get a chance. Come in and say hi to him. Michelle Apple, welcome back. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Let me see. Listening to you in the ER with Becky migraines. Oh Lord, I'm sorry to hear that. Chad, that sucks. Let's see. So again, guys, like I said, We are lapsing into more documents in Idaho. Surprise, surprise, surprise. But this was called, like I said, as Eddie would say, Mr. Cluminati called it last night. There'd be documents today. I couldn't believe it. I guess he does that on a regular clue said. So these ones are a little bit different, but the same. Same but different. Same but different. How's it feel for you to have a day off there, Bear?
Weird.
I almost forgot who you were for a minute.
Right?
Like draw a picture and go, okay, she looks like this with this hair and this. Oh, there she is. Yeah.
Yeah, just shorter hair.
You did cut it. Damn, quite a bit of it. Is that pulled up in a ponytail?
Sort of, but
Oh wow, you still cut a lot off. Damn.
um,
Did you donate it or
had like
anything?
10 to 12 inches.
That's a good amount of hair. Do you donate it when you get a cut to any of those groups or anything?
I would have, but it wasn't healthy enough anymore. I mean, it had like split ends and stuff, and it just
Yes. Mama Bear has. I called her Crystal Gale the first time I saw her hair because it's
Yeah.
super duper long. It was like really long. So Groot, what's up? Raul Kervitz, welcome to you. Sorceress, good evening to you and everybody that's over the pond. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, whatever it is, wherever you are. It's so good to be here with you all. I hope it's good for you too. Great to see you guys. I think I got everybody. Come on in and grab a seat, please. Get comfortable. What are your plans for the day besides this, Mama Bear?
Oh, lots of fun. All 3 kids have counseling back to back, so
Do they all go to the same place?
yeah.
Well, at least that's somewhat easy that way.
Yeah, and it's only about a mile from the house, so
You
they
live pretty
take
close.
one, come back, drop them off, come back, get the other one, go back, drop that one off, bring one back, and then yeah.
And then you grab the other one, take that one, and yeah, I got
Yeah.
you. The joys of parenting, isn't it so much fun?
I thought about splitting them up to like 3 different days, but I'm like, that just sounds exhausting too.
It does. Yeah, I bet the gas stations love you. That's a lot of damn gas. Shit.
Yeah. And my daughter, I almost didn't get Lorelai to school today. Pulled out of the driveway, it said 3 miles left of gas. It's like, school's a mile away, mile, or so. Dropped my son off and the neighbor kid, and it said 1 mile. I looked at her, I was like, I think we need to hit the gas station before I take you. She's like, sweet, I'm going to be late. I was like, not if I have anything to do about it. She wasn't.
Yep. Yeah, when it gets low like that, you have a van, right?
It's like a little SUV. It's a Kia Sorento.
Sorrento, yeah. Yeah, when it gets low like that, it has a tendency to suck down whatever gas is left quick, like really quick.
Yeah.
So, KT, what it do? What it do? What it do? Dago and Mama Bizaire, of course. Good to see you, KT. Jenny, welcome back to you as well. Great to see you guys in here. Thank you for joining us today. I do appreciate you. On this end, what did you say, Brian? On this end, grabbing a seat is not hard. It is separating from this. There you go. There you go. I hope you're feeling good today, Brian. I hope everything's going well for you, sir.
Yeah, Chad. I said 3 miles of gas.
Yeah. Yeah, you ran that one close.
Yeah.
What's gas prices running up there?
I don't know. I don't pay attention.
I
I
think we'll
gotta have gas regardless. So.
Yeah, no matter how much it costs, it doesn't matter, right?
I usually fill my tank up, and because everything where I live is just like within a 5-mile radius of me, I fill it up. So that's like $50-$60 probably. But it lasts me probably 3 weeks.
Yeah, you're close to everything.
Yeah.
I noticed like you've left while we're live and I'm gonna go do this and this, and you're like ding boom boom, and you're right back. It's like, damn, everything's right there.
Yeah, it has its advantages and its disadvantages.
I get it. I get it. I miss living in the city for a couple slight reasons, but I would never give this up to go back to that because it's so
Right.
peaceful out here. We can do pretty much what we want. Nobody bothers us. And, our neighbors feel the same way. That's why they moved out here. So, you know how that goes.
Oh boy.
You better go get them. Go ahead. Go ahead. Don't worry about it. Jesse Lynn, welcome back to you. Good to see you. Yes, Brian. Let me see. Deborah Thompson, welcome. Good to see you. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. We got 104 beautiful people in here and 67 likes. What is going on? Let's make that match, folks, so that this gets out in that algorithm and we can make YouTube happy. Please, please, please.
I don't know what he's barking at. There's nobody there.
Probably himself.
Probably.
Yeah, mine's being goofy today, too. It's the weather. It's like 50 degrees here and springy. There's no sun. You can't have both, but
Right. Yep, same here. We saw when I was out on the walk with him, we saw a bunny rabbit. Of course, he wants to go for that, and I'm like, oh no.
Oh, yeah.
It's not springtime.
Yep. Oh, good Lord. What did I have the worst typing skills. Ada Cox, thank you for joining us. Just type Mama Bear. I'll be right back. I just noticed.
Okay. What did you do? TK Talk. That's funny. Hello, everybody. Hey, BZ Music and Chat. Hi. What? Do you want to come up here and say hi? Come here. Come here. You want to come say hi to everybody? Come here. It'll make Bright Guy's day to see you. Come here. Come here. There you go. Hey, look this way. Look over here. Say hi, guys. Say hi, guys. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Jenny. Hey, Groot. Are you feeling neglected? Huh? Are you feeling neglected? He's spoiled.
All right, I'm
A
back.
little
Yes. Well, that's what we do with our puppers.
bit.
All right, I think I fixed it. I was in a hurry typing. My typing skills are horrible, guys. Like horrible. But thank you for letting me know about that. Ada, I appreciate that. I wouldn't even have seen it till after the fact. True crime time in the house. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us today. Hope you're having a great day.
Chad, that's my husband's guitar. You wouldn't want me jamming on it. Hey, Sonny.
Is he still writing?
No, he's actually working on building his own guitar by hand.
Okay.
And then he's gonna. Well, he's on. I think he has one prototype.
Yes.
Or maybe he's finishing the second one. Maybe I'm not sure.
We did talk about that. He was going to try to start his own line of guitars.
Mm-hmm.
Did he come up with a name yet?
What did I say? Bo Dixon?
Mm-hmm.
That sound right?
Yep, that was it. So he's sticking with that one then, Bo Dixon. I like that.
I think so. Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. What?
I'm a bear. We're gonna have a famous person in here pretty soon, guys. Famous guitar inventor.
I don't know. I'm already pretty famous for the guitars on the back wall. Everybody knows.
Yeah, that's true too. Everybody knows who Mama Bear is.
What? Hold on. Alexa, shut up.
Is she hearing him?
I don't know. She's doing some cat meows and stuff. I don't know what she's doing.
Yeah, she hears him.
Oh my goodness.
Mine does that too. I just caught that the other day and I'm like, what in the hell? He barked and she made some weird noise, and I'm like, what is going on? Since when does Alexa respond to dogs?
Right? I mean, we haven't had him very long, but long enough that I've never noticed her do
Hmm.
that before. That was wild.
So Alexa is now teasing animals. She's making cat noises, so he starts whining. That's
Oh,
cute.
great. No, that's
No,
not cute.
that's right. No worries, Chad. Always my pleasure to do stuff like that. That's awesome, Kels. What kind did he get? Do you know? Oh, I don't think I missed anybody. He's cute. I love his little faces when he's sitting there next to you, looking up to you, like to get you to pay attention to him.
Mhm.
Milo does the same thing. I wish I could get him to come over here normally. He's afraid of me in the chair.
I wish I could get mine to go
Away
away.
when but yeah, I gotcha. Alexa is a menace. Agreed,
And
KT.
not welcome in my house.
Alexa is nosy and not welcome in my house. I don't like when it's 2 o'clock in the morning and I'm watching a movie or I'm sitting here and all of a sudden Alexa starts having conversations with herself and saying very strange things. That's what I don't like about Alexa.
I don't know what you want.
Sorry to hear that, Philip. I hope that heals well for you. That definitely could not feel good. Taxi slut. What is that?
Huh? Yikes. That sounds painful, Philip.
Siri does that to me on my phone. Starts talking to me for no reason. That's cute. Yeah. I was watching a movie one night. It was a scary. It was around Halloween, honestly, and I'm watching.
Mm.
What the hell was I watching? I can't remember. It was one of the Halloween movies or something like that, and it was quiet. Randy sleeping. Caden was passed out. Mother was upstairs. Um, and I started hearing these noises coming out of the kitchen, and I'm like, "What the hell?" So I get up and I walk partially in, and she's talking to herself, making in this weird voice, and I'm like, Alexa, turn off." She made the light up. Oh yeah, that round one, the little okay, and it's blue. She made that weird light up thing with the ring, and then it was quiet. So I go sit down. I'm watching more of the movie. It was yeah, I remember now because they're the only movies that get me on the edge of my seat. It was the good lord, I just had it on the tip of my tongue and I lost it again. They're like ghosty haunting type things. Uh Ed and Lorraine Warren are in them. Jesus. Brady, what movies are they? The Conjuring. She heard me talking about it. Anyway, yeah, so I was watching one of the newest Conjuring when that happened. I was already like bugged out a little bit, right? And she started doing it again. I went and unplugged it and took it and stuck it on top of the refrigerator. If this thing comes back on, I'm going upstairs and packing a bag and I'm leaving. Goodbye. That would have been it right there. Don't even use my Google Nest spies. Hey, I don't listen. When I started noticing that I was having conversations about a TV one time with my wife and one of my older sons, and I was like, this TV, that TV, and then my phone 15 minutes later pops up with an advertisement about TVs. I said, you guys, they're listening to everything. So no, 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 no. No, 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 no. Welcome, Collide. I hope good to see you today. I hope you're having a great day. Going from a wicked dancer to needing 2.5 minutes per square foot. Okay. Yeah, I agree with you on that one, Salty. It's crazy. Very crazy. Thank God my camera lens closes. I close that. I'm not super paranoid, but I'm at least that much paranoid.
Yeah, my son put tape over his
That's
laptop
what I did on my
camera.
laptop. Yep, same thing. My mother does it too. I don't trust anybody.
I said, "What did you do that for?" He said, "I don't want anybody watching me." I was like, "Okay."
Yeah. Yep. Agreed. Michelle Farrell, welcome. Good to see you. It is crazy, guys, and it's not fair, but it is what it is.
Mhm.
So again, guys, just to reiterate, and you'll start hearing this on a regular, just because I think it's just because everything we talk about in this channel is 100% alleged and purely speculation, and I want to make sure you all know um, the things that I talk about could be considered. Hey, I agree. I agree. I do. Oh, I knew what you meant, and you didn't have to correct it. I gotcha. So again, guys, we got new documents as it was called out yesterday. They're sealing everything and unsealing everything else. So seal it, unseal it, seal it, unseal it. What is going on? And now we have TikTok and Microsoft and all that fun stuff, metadata. I'm going to say something. I know a lot of you probably aren't going to like this, but this is a fact. I cannot stress this either. I cannot, in all of holy hell, wait until this damn case is over. I'm telling you, I promise you. Cannot microdot, Kells. I cannot wait until this case is done, folks. Donald D. Nice, good to see you. Mary Holt, you as well. Thank you for joining us today. I can't, guys. I can't. Vanessa, good to see you. And that was the answer. Yes, thank you. I'm serious. I can't wait till this is over with, guys. I know we got time, but I'm beyond over this. I mean, I've never covered a case this long in my life, you know, and the time that I've been doing this, I've never followed a case this long, other than like the John Benet Ramsey scenario or something like that. But that's different, you know what I mean? This is like is crazy. That's a good point, and I hope that's what happens. I hope that is what happens. I hope that there is real justice that comes out of this in the end. After all of this, there better be for these kids, their families. It better be. Jenny, good to see you. They can record from our brain now and AI draw a picture. Well, I've seen that, and that is so stupid creepy to me. I'm sorry, but it is. It is weird. Very weird. Absolutely, Jenny. Very strange. Paku, Jewel, 27. Good to see you. All right, guys. Again, just to remind you guys, if you will, we're about to get started here. I just like to warm everybody up a little and give everybody a chance to jump in. So I don't have to start it over. Make sure that your gifting is allowed in the chat here. That way everybody can receive membership should they be gifted. For anybody that isn't membered right now, you will be able to be should somebody gift you memberships, guys. So make sure that you are stay out of my head. Right, exactly, Salty. Just make sure that you can receive them, guys, because you never know what's going to happen.
I don't know. I think it'd be a lot of fun in Salty's head.
Yeah, yeah, I can agree with that. She's too smart, though. I'd probably get confused.
Probably.
That's the problem. That would be the problem. Being in Salty's head, I would get confused because she's too smart for me. Tanel Ray, great to see you. Gaya Deguchi, you as well. Welcome. Golf Inspector General in the house. What's going on, ma'am? Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you.
Me
No
too, Gaia.
justice. I'm afraid there will be no justice. I'm worried about that, but I'm gonna have faith, as I always try, and pray to God that we get it. Cole Styles, what is up with you, my friend? Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. All right, guys, we're about to get this kicked off. Thank you for joining us, everybody. 152 people, 83 likes. We still didn't hit it, guys. Come on. At least pretend to like me and hit that like button, if you will, please. It only takes a second, and it doesn't cost a cent. Did you see my cover for yesterday's show or for last night's show?
I did. It's like, where did that come from?
That's Clue. She does that kind of graphic art stuff, and
Ah, cool.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty different. I was gonna try to put it up in the, you know how when we do this, we have the icons. I wanted to use
Mhm.
it as a secondary icon on here, so I don't know. Maybe we'll see.
That'd be
Um,
cool.
I thought so. The way it's me, there I am. All right. Let's see here. Why am I hearing barking? Is that him? Oh shoot! Hold on, I gotta let the dog in, then we'll get going. He's right behind me. I was using a green screen before. Not today though. I was too lazy to put it up. All right. There goes 5 memberships out the window. Looks like Josie West was gifted. Deborah Thompson, True Crime Time. Salty was gifted. Greg McNeely and Chad Button. All of ya. Congrats. And welcome to the sauce, or back to the sauce if you were there and just didn't renew. But either way, welcome back. Good to have you here. Let me get my dog. I'll be right back.
Okay. I agree with you, Jesse. Hello, Cooter. That's a
Did you just say cooter?
I did.
We got a cooter in here. Hey, hey. Welcome, cooter. It reminds me of every time I see that name. Absolutely salty, no problem. And
You're probably
everybody else,
thinking the same thing I am.
Dukes of Hazard.
Mhm.
That's exactly what I was thinking as soon as I seen it. Welcome, cooter. All right. Real justice for these young adults. Yes, agreed, Dusty. Absolutely, Chad. Welcome to all of you guys. Welcome to the sauce and to the family, folks. Dukes of Hazard. Yep, that's right, Kels. Ian told Billy Boy that orders to unseal will be forthcoming. Bill is going to fight it, of course. Well, sure. Sure, sure, sure. All right, let's get the documents up here and get the rolling. Oh, maybe Mama Bear will read some of this today. I'm not going to do that. She ain't never here. I'm not going to make her read when she's here. That would not be nice. Although I'm sure they'd love to hear your voice over mine. But, still won't make that happen. Come on now. You do me. I don't know why I have to type this in 17 different times. I type it the same way every time I do it. Erase it, type it again, erase it, type it again, and then it pops up when it feels like it. I
Must
have
be
to go in
mail.
and, oh yeah, of course. You know how I am with the mail stuff. I have to go in and clean it out again. I think I have like, I don't know. Oh yeah, 27,602
Oh
emails.
my goodness.
I just cleaned it out last month and I had 32,000 last month. So I told you guys how many emails I get daily. Come on. Bear with me. And there hasn't been anything new updated in the Kansas City 3 as of yet. Thank you, Donald. I appreciate that. Welcome, Crystal, Marietta. Great to see you as well. But I'll be checking throughout the show and before the end to see if there's any new updates. I'm hoping for a autopsy update. I doubt it, but I'm hoping for it. And I haven't seen anything with the other case, the wow. There we go. Yeah, not sex. 6 people found deceased in El Mirage. Yeah, I don't know if you saw that one, Mama Bear.
Briefly, I did.
Yeah, it
I
was
didn't listen to all of it
crazy. Have you
because it
been
was just
following the
new and
right?
um. The only
Can-
thing I've been kind of watching is, I think I told you about it. The fire chief, captain, he had a fiance that supposedly unalived herself 3.5 years ago, and then recently had a second one that was found unalived.
No, you didn't tell me about that. That's interesting.
Oh, yeah. I'll talk to you about it later.
Cool.
It's yeah,
Why did that just happen? Um, that's wild. Yeah, I'll have to look into that. And
yeah.
then we have that one. Thank you, Salty. There's no updates yet, and nothing. Donna's obituary was put out, and there were unconfirmed that a couple of the charges were dropped. The drug charges that were put on David Camp were dropped down to something else. I haven't seen anything new as of yet, though. So, what? This is just not working today. Hold on, folks. Bear with me. I'm sorry. Um, wow, got it. Good lord.
What case is what, Jesse, hun?
Yeah, which one, Jess? I threw a bunch at you guys in a very. Hey, Brandy B's in the house. I threw a bunch at you guys
Randy.
for a period of time, so that's my apology. There's the El Mirage, the 6 bodies found in the desert, and then the Kansas City 3 I've been covering. And then I forgot, I also covered the missing truck driver out of Iowa. That's very sad, and there's no movement on that at all.
Mhm. And then the one I was talking about was Sarah Sweeney was the most recent one. The girl previous to her was Grace Holland.
We'll have to get into that too.
It's I think it's in Missouri. Yeah,
Of course, everything's in Missouri now. I left
seems
Idaho, I
like.
went to Missouri. Yes, Missouri. Yes, yes, yes. The Chiefs fan thing is very, very strange, and I don't care what anybody says. It's
Hmm.
not just a typical story, folks. People are like, "Why are you making such a big deal about it?" It's pretty typical. To who? When have you ever seen something like that happen anywhere? Never. I've never seen it. Let's see. There is a private airport near where the 6 bodies in the desert were discovered. Interesting. Interesting. Mama Bear, your mic volume is too loud. Not too bad. I don't think so.
Let's see. How do I?
Hold on, guys. I'll be right with you. I need to talk to my wife real quick.
Is that any better, Eddie? I was wondering because I thought I had some. I don't know what the word is. When I would talk, I could not like an echo, but maybe like a reverb or something. Yay. Okay. Thanks for letting me know, hun. There's a private airport near where the 6 bodies. Oh, well, that's interesting. People are jumping all over Jordan from the Kansas case. Why didn't he hear anything or see anything? MSM is also doing it. God forbid you question Dylan and Bethany how they heard nothing, right? It's crazy. Yep. Oh, oh my. Do I have a favorite mysterious disappearance? I'd have to think on that one. Hello, Shelley. Trying to think. My goodness. Well, I can't think of anything that comes to mind at the moment. I have one case that is unsolved that I hold dear to my heart that they will find out what happened, but it's unsolved. And that would be the Sean Daughtery case. If you don't know about it, you can go to Facebook. There's a page. It's called What Happened to Sean. Hey, Deborah. It's good to see you, hon.
All right, I'm sorry about that. My son showed up. There's a funeral today, so I had to have a conversation. Um, my wife's stepbrother passed away early Sunday morning at like 3 a.m. So,
I'm sorry. I forgot
oh
about that.
no, yeah, it's okay. Thank you though. Sorry about that, folks. Deborah, welcome. Good to see you. So I had to have a conversation about that real quick. All right.
Luna, no, I didn't. I heard something about a beauty queen doing something, but that's, yeah, no, I'll have to look into that again more. Was it toddler? Was it like 18 months? So maybe I am thinking of the same one.
Guys, what the hell is wrong with people?
Seriously, I don't know.
I mean, I don't understand this anymore. This stuff is so ridiculous. Thank you, Tanel. It's okay. My wife's stepbrother passed away late Saturday, early Sunday morning,
Yeah.
from cancer. So we've had a rough few months with
Yes, you have.
yeah, it's been rough. I'll just put it that way. And then YouTube doesn't help much. So thank you guys so very much for um your thoughts. I appreciate that very much.
Like, so it was the girl with the 18-month-old then. So I am thinking of the right case.
Yes, exactly, Ghost. Candace Morin, good to see you. My wife's stepbrother in law. It's hard to explain it. That's the best way to say it. Thank you, Michelle, Brian, everybody else. You guys are so amazing. I appreciate that very much. Susie, thank you as well. Deborah, thank you. Yeah, I think we've lost four people in a period of 2 months. It's been harsh. Um, Mr. Ballin is fabulous. Okay. Yeah, there we go. All right, guys, let's get this up here. Thank you, Brian. Okay. All right. Enough about me. Let's see these documents. Just breathe. Good to see you. Miss you all and sending much love. Thank you very much for that, Breathe. I appreciate you very much. Been there. Yeah, it's Salty. Peaches 81. Good to see you. What it do as well. I love that. Okay. All right, we got it. There's our first document. Um oh, let's get this up and rolling. Sorry for all the delays today, guys. My deepest apologies. I didn't mean to drag you guys through like that. A lot of stuff going on though. Thank you, Groot, so very much. That's absolutely right, Chad. I love that. That's amazing. Cancer can't find you in heaven. Wow. Dude. Wow. Excuse me. Candace, thank you very much. Wow, Chad, that's amazing. All right, guys. The first document we got today is this was filed January 23rd. Today we're on the 25th. And this one is the order to seal and redact. This matter came before the court on January 3rd of 2024 on the state's motion to seal or redact pursuant to ICAR 32I. The hearing was held via Zoom. Ashley Jennings appeared on behalf of the state and Taylor appeared on behalf of Mr. Koberger. The court reviewed the records, considered the arguments presented, weighed the interests in privacy and public disclosure, and announced its findings of fact on the record. Therefore, pursuant to ICAR 32 I2A and E, the court finds it necessary to seal in part and redact the record related to the search warrant for the following reasons. The documents contain highly intimate facts or statements, the publication of which would be highly objectionable to a reasonable person. And the documents contain facts or statements that might threaten or endanger the life or safety of individuals. After due consideration and with good cause appearing, it is hereby ordered that the record herein shall be disclosed, except for the following. The affidavit in support of search warrant is sealed. The search warrant and receipt and inventory be redacted. This order will remain in effect until further order of the court. That's interesting. Very interesting how they did this one. Be safe, Candace. Greg McNeely, thank you, sir. And welcome, Greg. So again, I mean, this is What are you hiding? What is in there that they don't want us to see? Just curious. The affidavit in support of the search warrant is sealed. The search warrant and the receipt and the inventory of the search warrant it is redacted, so that's not going to be there either. That's what I'm doing, Brian. Well, Michelle Weddle, welcome. Let's see here. I'm so sorry, Chad. So basically, I'll wait till you I love it, Brian. All right, so the affidavit that supports the search warrant, okay? The affidavit that explains what the search warrant is about. Welcome, Val. Good to see you. That is sealed, okay? And then the search warrant and receipt for the inventory that was found throughout while serving the search warrant, any inventory that was found, that is redacted from the documentation. Does that make sense to you guys? Sorry about the ads, folks. There's Brandy B. Thank you, dear. Real quick, guys. Anybody that has donated to this past, present, and future, I want to let you know that I am super duper appreciative. That is what pays my bills, folks, and keeps me live daily with you guys, and it helps to keep me going. It does cost a little bit to do, folks, so I appreciate you all so very much. For any of you that have donated to the Venmo, Cash App, and or the PayPal, thank you so very much. All right. Does anybody need this explained anymore, any part of it anymore? Because I have no problem doing that. Right. That's kind of what I was thinking too. Jesse Lynn says, not really. We already know what was taken during the search warrants for Brian stuff. So which search warrant is this for? That's a good point. This could be for his parents' home, or this could be for his apartment. So, or I hate to venture to say it would be both. I don't know. Salty's pretty good with documents. Salty, do you think that this would just be one or the other? I imagine it's just one. Probably his home where they arrested him at. There was a search at his apartment. There was a search for the car. There's warrants for everything they touch, basically. Okay. They have to have a search warrant to look through or look at anything that doesn't belong to them. So, right, Jesse, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it would have to be a separate document, I would imagine, per warrant. So a little bit. Oh, I thought you were talking to me, Eve. I'm sorry. Again, thank you, Brandy, for that one. Sunshine, good to see you. Just have to wait and see. Exactly, that's my point, Sunshine. It's probably what we're best way to look at it. I'm gonna guess on the search warrant for his home, his parents' home. That's my thought. So I could be wrong. So there's that one. All right. And then and then okay, now we have, wait, is that the one that I just looked at? Jesus, Dago, come on. Okay, that was the Meta Platforms document. Sorry, folks. The next one we have is the same thing, basically. This is order to seal and redact. Okay. I think it's the parents' home because of the that's what I thought too, Salty. Thank you. That's the same guess I had. So Salty's really smart, so I'm gonna go with what she says too, or what she thinks as well.
Right.
It's just safer that way. And then. That's right, KT. So order to seal and redact. Now this is for Microsoft. This matter came before the court January 3rd of 2024 on the state's motion to seal or redact pursuant to ICAR 32I. The hearing again was held via Zoom. Ashley Jennings appeared on behalf of the state, and Taylor appeared on behalf of Mr. Brian Koberger. The court reviewed the records, considered the arguments presented, weighed the interests in privacy and public disclosure, and announced its findings of fact on the record. Therefore, pursuant to ICAR 32I2A and E, the court finds it necessary to seal in part and redact the record related to the search warrant for the following reasons. The documents contain highly intimate facts or statements, the publication of which would be highly objectionable to a reasonable person, and it is necessary to preserve the right to a fair trial. After due consideration and with good cause appearing, it is hereby ordered that the record herein shall be disclosed except for the following. Again, the affidavit in support of the search warrant is sealed. The search warrant and receipt and inventory be redacted. This order will remain in effect until further notice of the court. This document filed January 23rd, herein ordered the 22nd of January. So again, whatever stuff they have related to Microsoft has been sealed and redacted from this. Again. So many secrets, guys. So many secrets.
It's getting ridiculous.
Yep. All right. There's the Microsoft Corporation. Order continuing temporary seal of search warrants and related documents pending hearing. So, as you all know, they've motioned for things to be unsealed. Okay. We've been talking about for a couple days. These things they want to continue to keep sealed for whatever reason. It is what it is. It was a undrop box, that disclaimer. So this is okay, Brian. Meta platforms and TikTok. There's the document that shows it all. The next document is for TikTok as well. And it reads exactly the same, so I don't need to show it to you guys, but I will. Based upon the stipulation to continue seal of search warrants and related documents pending the hearing filed herein, the court does hereby confirm and temporarily order that the affidavit for search warrant, including any exhibits, search warrant, return of search warrant, including any exhibits and inventories of items seized, and order for the following search warrants. Number 1, Microsoft search warrant, order of return signed on August 25th of 2023. Number 2, Meta search warrant, order of return signed on September 12th of 2023, and the TikTok search warrant, order of return signed on August 25th of 2023 are confidential, exempt from disclosure, and are sealed pursuant to Court Administrative Rule 32G1 until February 1st. Oh, wait a minute. Those are only sealed until February 1st, 2024, or further order of the court, whichever occurs first. So as of February 1st, those will be... That's interesting. We'll see what happens with tomorrow then. Okay. The secrets could be evidence that would get a conviction. Both sides want a document sealed. Now BK wants to decide what gets unsealed. Exactly. It's kind of strange to me. I do agree. Andy King, good to see you. And then one more time. Come on, let me hear it. And then MIA, you're okay. Bombshell, welcome to you both. Good to see you guys. So yeah. And then stipulation to continue seal of search warrants. Okay, it's the same thing. Comes now, State of Idaho and the above named defendant by and through their respective attorneys of record, and hereby stipulate to the entry of an order extending the temporary sealing of the following Microsoft search warrant and related documents. Order of return signed August 25th. Meta search warrant. I think I just read all this to you guys. The above documents are currently sealed until December 1st. However, the parties... Oh, I didn't. This is different. Okay. And the parties' court's calendar cannot accommodate a hearing prior to December 1st, 2023. The parties stipulate setting this matter after December 1st, 2023, and request that the above documents remain temporarily sealed until a hearing on the matter pursuant to Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32G1. Okay. Based upon the motion seal warrant, the herein are temporarily seal the affidavits to search warrant, excluding exhibits. Yeah, that is the same. That was for December 1st of 2023. I think that's actually the state of Ohio by and through Latah County prosecuting attorney respectfully moves the court pursuant to Idaho Administrative Rule 32G1, Idaho Code 74-124, for a temporary order sealing search warrant related documents, including affidavit for search warrant, including any exhibits, search warrant, return of search warrant, including all exhibits, inventories of items seized, the order filed herein because disclosure would interfere with, you guys know this, I've read this to you, interfere with enforcement proceedings, deprive a person of a right to a fair trial, constitute an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy, disclose the identity of a confidential source, and or disclose investigative techniques and procedures. Wherefore, the state respectfully prays that the court temporarily seal from public disclosure the affidavit for search warrant, return of search warrant, including all exhibits, and order herein under the provisions of Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32G1, Idaho Code 74-124, pending a hearing on the matter. That was signed on the 24th of August of 2023, and that was just to continue that scenario. This is the order in the above titled matter. This court giving hearing issuing the search warrant being served according to the law and the return of warrant having, this is 3 different scenarios, folks. This is why they put this all together. Having been duly made as directed in said search warrant in this court and written inventory of the property found and seized. Having been duly made and taken before the undersigned magistrate or judge and filed herein, it is hereby ordered that the said peace officer shall deliver or cause to be delivered the property described in said inventory to the Moscow Police Department or such other law enforcement agency as may be appropriate for the purpose of preserving said property for use as evidence or until further order of a court of competent jurisdiction. Once any related criminal case has been concluded, including the expiration of time for appeal, or at such other appropriate time, the property can be released or disposed of upon authorization of the jurisdictional order. Okay, breathing is overrated, I guess. It is further ordered that said property or any part thereof may be delivered to any person or laboratory or laboratories for the purpose of conducting or obtaining any tests, analysis, or identification of said property, which is deemed necessary by the custodial law enforcement agency or jurisdictional prosecuting attorney. Without further order of this court, this was dated on August 25th as well. Megan Marshall signed that. Return of search warrant. Again, this is the Meta platforms. I, Lawrence Mowry, the officer by whom this warrant was executed, do certify the appended inventory contains a true and detailed account of all property taken by me or other officers pursuant to this warrant, and that this warrant and property have been duly returned before Judge Megan E. Marshall at 2:00 p.m. on the 24th day of August of 2023. I certify under penalty of perjury pursuant to the law, the state of Ohio, Idaho, I almost did it again, and that the foregoing is true and correct. And as you see, it stands redacted. This is the affidavit of Lawrence Mowry. I, Lawrence Mowry, being duly sworn, do hereby state the following information is true and correct to the best of my knowledge and belief. That I am employed by Moscow Police Department in the official position of forensic detective. Number 2, the affidavit has been a trained and qualified peace officer for 13 years. On July 24th of 2023, I obtained a search warrant for Microsoft OneDrive. Hold on a minute. Hold on. Okay. The warrant was served on July 25th, 2023 by Ellie Portal HG. That link there, by the way. On 8/23 of 2023, Corporal Jesus Payne received an email from Microsoft stating that the data was available to download. Corporal Payne downloaded the data and provided it to me. An inventory was prepared for all the items received, and the information received was placed into evidence at the Moscow Police Department. Further, your affiant saith not. Signed by Lawrence Mowry, who is the affiant. That was on the 24th of August as well. Again, this is the receipt and inventory of that such said warrant. Okay. States that he served search warrant heretofore issued upon the place and or persons described herein as directed in said search warrant. Entrance was obtained by that portal through Microsoft. And it is the OneDrive through Microsoft. This is all the paperwork that goes along with it. It's been redacted. And then this is the search warrant itself to any peace officer authorized to enforce or assist in enforcing any law of the state of Idaho. Lawrence Mowry, having given me proof upon oath this day showing probable cause, establishing grounds for issuing a search warrant and probable cause to believe there is information related to the crimes of homicide and or burglary committed at 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho, on or about November 13th of 2022. On the records currently under the control of Microsoft, associated with whatever name that was there, and any the following account information. That's all been redacted as well. Search warrant, and it shows the redaction there. It's an IMEI OneDrive residential ID, which shall include the following information between January 1st of 2022 to December 30th of 2022. Account information, user name, primary email address, secondary email addresses, connected applications and sites, and account activity from January 1st of 2022 to December 30th of 2022, including account sign-in locations, browser information, platform information, and internet protocol IP addresses, user devices information, device make, model, and international mobile equipment identifier IMEI, or mobile equipment identifier MEID of all associated devices linked to the Microsoft Corporation accounts of the target device. Would you mind reading just for a minute? Just a little bit. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
I didn't want to do that, but good Lord. Yeah, just like down to 4 or something. Just give me a minute. That's all.
You're gonna scoot it over a little bit because it's not all the
Yeah.
way on the. There you go.
Can you see it okay?
Yep. So where am I starting at? 4?
Yep, right there. Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Calendar. All calendars, including shared calendars and the identities of those with whom they are shared, calendar entries, notes, alerts, invites, and invitees. Contacts. All contacts stored by Microsoft Corporation, including name, all contact phone numbers, emails, social network links, and images. Finance. All records of securities, funds, and portfolios associated with the target Microsoft Corporation account and or target device. Email. All email messages including by the way of example and not limitation, such as inbox messages, whether read or unread, sent mail, saved drafts, chat histories, and emails in the trash folder. Such messages will include all something information such as the date, time, internet protocol, address routing information, sender, receiver, subject line, any other parties sent the same electronic mail through the CC or the BCC, the message content or body, and all attached files. Photos, all images, graphic files, video files, and other media files stored in the OneDrive or other Microsoft Corporation Photos service. Location history. All location data, whether derived from global positioning system data, cell site, cell tower, triangulation, trilateration, precision measurement information such as timing, advance, or per call measurement data, and Wi Fi location. Such data shall include the GPS coordinates and the dates and times of all location recordings. Microsoft Store, all applications downloaded, installed, and or purchased by the associated account and or device. Search history, all search history and queries, including by way of example and not limitations such as World Wide Web, images, news, shopping, ads, videos, maps, travel, and finance. Search engines may include Internet Explorer, Microsoft Edge, and Bing. Located in or upon the following described premises.
Okay. Thank you, Mama Bear.
You're welcome.
That would be the Microsoft Corporation. Obviously, there's all the address and stuff like that. You are therefore commanded to search the above described premises for the property described above, to seize it if found and bring it promptly before the court above named. This warrant shall be executed within 14 days of issuance and is authorized for daytime service only pursuant to Idaho Criminal Rule 41. Daytime means the hours between 6 a.m. and 10 p.m. local time. With search warrant issued for law enforcement. Purpose. Microsoft is ordered not to disclose the existence or contents of this search warrant or the information furnished in response to the search warrant given under my hand and dated this 25th day of July 2023 at 11:38 p.m. They have a line drawn through it. So again, Megan Marshall signed that. This is filed August 7th of 2023, and this is the order for extension to return search warrant. Joy. The above matter having come before the court based upon the motion of the state and a good cause appearing. It is hereby ordered that the time for which the above referenced search warrant shall be returned is extended to September 4th of 2023, dated August 7th of 2023. Certificate of delivery. This is filed, same document here. This would be by Latah County Prosecutor's Office, Ashley Jennings. Motion for the extension to return the search warrant on Microsoft. Again, state of Idaho. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. I was just saying hey to Sleuthy.
Oh, what's up, Sleuth? Thanks for joining us, dear. Appreciate ya. The state of Idaho, by and through Ashley S. Jennings, Latah County Senior Deputy Prosecuting Attorney, moves this court for an order extending the time for returning the above referenced search warrant, which was issued, on July 25th of 2023. The search warrant was directed by the court to be served within 14 days of issuance during business hours. The warrant was served by law enforcement portal on July 25th, 2023. Detective Lawrence Mowry, however, as of this date, the information has not been received. Although the warrant was executed within 14 days, time frame directed by IC 194412, the state is not able to comply with the time frame within which to return the warrant and provide a written inventory. Accordingly, the state requests an extension of time for the return of the search warrant that was submitted the 7th of August, 2023, and signed by Ashley Jennings. Holy hell, are we actually done? We are actually done. Reading. All right. I think that was the finality of the documents at that point. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, no, there was the TikTok, but it's everything on here is the same, almost word for word, as it was for the Microsoft scenario. Let me see. Make sure that I'm not going to leave something out on you guys. No, this is the same. They did the exact same thing for TikTok that they did for Microsoft. I'm looking at the date on it to make sure that this is not, this was 22nd day of August. Same thing. August 17th. Yes. Law enforcement TikTok user Zendesk.com. Everything's been redacted as far as that goes. Description of the property, phone number for two different people, it looks like, or two different phone numbers, I'm guessing, is what was listed. I'll show you guys that. This is for the TikTok. And the description of the property that was redacted is two different phone numbers. That's interesting. Just saying. So I imagine that means it's two different TikTok accounts, right?
Probably.
It's TikTok set up based off of your phone number?
It can be, I'm sure. I know some of the others, it can either be email or phone number or both.
Okay. Okay, Sleuthy just said, well, for TikTok, they're looking at 3 people, and you can sign up with phone number or email. Okay, thank you, Sleuthy. This helps. It really helps. Welcome, Sarah Irish. Interesting. Okay. There's a search warrant again. Just like the Microsoft was read, folks. Same exact thing. Now, aha, here we go. So, Lawrence Mowry, having given me proof upon oath this day showing probable cause, establishing grounds for issuing a search warrant, and there is probable cause to believe that the property referred to and sought in or upon said premises consists of information related to the investigation into the crimes of homicides and burglary committed at 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho, and on or about November 13th of 2022. On the TikTok accounts with any of the following identifiers. Number 1, Ethan Chapin's TikTok account with any of the following email addresses redacted and or phone numbers redacted. For account information between June 1st through November 14th, redacted. Dylan Mortenson's TikTok account with any of the following email addresses, redacted, and or phone number redacted. For account information between June 1st, 2022 to present. Aha, gotcha. So this went for Ethan. Of course, it only went to the day after the unalivings, and now Dylan's is for up to now. Bethany Funk with any of the following email addresses, all redacted, and or redacted, and or phone number redacted. For account information between June 1st to the present. The above information shall include the following: all identity and contact information, including full name, email address, physical address, including city, state, and zip code. Date of birth, phone numbers, gender, hometown, occupation, and other personal identifiers. All the past and current usernames associated with the account. The dates and times at which the account and profile were created, and the Internet Protocol IP address at the time of sign up. All activity logs, including IP logs and other documents showing the IP address, date, time of each login to the account, as well as any other log file information. That would be a lot of logs. All information regarding the particular device or devices used to log in to or access the account, including all device identifier information or cookie information, including all information about the particular device or devices used to access the account and the date and time of those accesses. All data information associated with the profile page, including photographs, bios, and by profile backgrounds and themes. All communications and or messages sent or received by the account. All user content created, uploaded, or shared by the account, including any comments made by the account on photographs or other content. All photographs and images in the user gallery for the account. All location data associated with the account, including geotags. Excuse me. All data and information that has been deleted by the user. A list of the people that the user follows on TikTok and all people who are following the user, i.e. the user's following list and followers list, as well as any friends of the user. A list of all users that the account has unfollowed or blocked. All privacy and account settings. All records of TikTok searches performed by the account, including all past searches saved by the account. All information about connections between the account and third-party websites and applications, and all records pertaining to communications between TikTok and any person regarding the user or the user's TikTok account, including contacts with support services and all records of actions taken, including suspensions of the account. That is stored at premises owned, maintained, controlled, or operated by TikTok.com, and the address there. You are therefore commanded to search the above described premises for the property described above, to seize it if found, and bring it promptly before the court above named. This warrant shall be executed within 14 days of issuance and is authorized for daytime or nighttime pursuant to Idaho Criminal Rule 41. Daytime means the hours between 6 a.m. 10 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and under the following special directions. TikTok shall disclose the described property and information within 14 days of issuance. Given under my hand and dated this 24th day of July, 2023 at 10:53 p.m. Again, signed by Judge Megan Marshall. Filed August 7th. The order for the extension to return the search warrant, which is again how we know how that went down. That they were damn spam. Damn spam. Sorry. Trying to get an extension on the return for this, which we knew about that. Okay. The above matter having come before the court based upon the motion of the state and good cause appearing, it is hereby ordered that the time for which the above referenced search warrant shall be returned is extended to September 4th. Signed August 7th by Judge Marshall again. And then again filed August 7th. Motion for extension to return search warrant again on TikTok. This is the order, this was the motion. I'm sorry. Was directed to court serve 14 days issuance. Yeah, this is just like how they did with the Microsoft scenario for the extension, folks. It's exactly the same. The state requests an extension of time for the return of the search warrant filed on the 7th of August. And that is it. Whew. Wow. Lots of stuff, folks. Lots of paperwork. Lots of stuff to read. All right, boom that. And thank you, Sleuthy. Again, I didn't get to see it. If I'd have just been quiet and read forward, I would have seen that. So, as you guys saw, they're looking on TikTok specifically. Let me back this up a little bit. They wanted Ethan, Chapin, and Bethany and Dylan. Okay, and Bethany and Dylan's the warrant was up to, current, like the present. His was up only until obviously December 4th or November 14th. I'm sorry. It seems to be that way, Johanna. Definitely does. Yeah, that would be insane, Bombshell. Can you imagine if someone wasn't doing their job and all those warrants slipped out due to expiring for real? That would be insane. Wow. Good thought. All right, guys. So there they are. Let's talk about it. That's what we do. Let's talk about this and that in all the documents. And again, tomorrow's the hearing, folks, which is, in my opinion, is why, obviously this stuff is happening. It all goes along with ruminating like a okay. I got you, Brian. It appears some early warrants were due to expire. Some warrants were new, including the TikTok and Meta. Yes. So, as she's explaining, guys, the metadata and the TikTok seem to be newer warrants. Take that for what it is. There's a link in chat. There he is. I thought you was coming. What's up, buddy?
How can everybody hear me?
You sound good to me. Can you hear him okay, Mama Bear?
Yeah.
Everybody can hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, you sound good. Welcome back, brother.
Well, these new documents, they all seem to be, just addressing the extension of the temporary sealing of those warrants, right?
Yes, sir.
So pretty straightforward.
Except, like I said, like Salty just said, that the TikTok and the metadata seem to be newer. They're not the you know what I mean? So yeah, I agree. A new TikTok and Meta as well as the old TikTok and Meta, of course, right? And we remember that when that went down. So
some of the people here this morning probably have not heard what we discussed last night.
No, I do believe there's quite a few here that weren't here last night. So
I wasn't.
no, Mom, I did. Yes, she definitely was. I don't know how many of the rest of you weren't here. So you're welcome to re-explain if you feel like it.
Yeah, what I've done is I've actually kind of given it a streamlined overview so it wouldn't take as long as last night.
Okay.
All right, so I'll kind of go a little slowly with it so we can build a foundation so we can all kind of be well grounded and better understand.
Gotcha.
I'll start with the 21st of December, the defendant's motion to reconsider the judge's order for denying the motion to dismiss.
Hold on a second.
We don't have to pull that up.
Okay.
I'm just mentioning it. It's just, that's the beginning of what caused all the rest of this. So, we had on October 26th, the hearing, the motion to dismiss the indictment. And then I believe it was the 15th of December, he finally wrote his ruling and filed that document on the 15th of December. So on the 21st of December was, the reason why she filed this, motion to reconsider on the 21st, again, is because the prosecution, they wanted to, have a scheduling date for a trial. The 21st was when they filed a motion for scheduling. So it caused the defense to file this motion to reconsider. Okay, everybody understands, I'm sure. So I'll move forward now. On the 5th of January, the state objected to the defendant's motion to reconsider. And we all suspected that. What else are they going to do? That's predictable. So
Right.
They objected to that. And on the 12th of January, the defense filed a motion to unseal. They wanted, there was something probably in the state's objection. And additionally, their argument, for the motion to reconsider the judge's order denying the motion to dismiss, they want us to be able to see something. And it feels like additionally, they might have been aghast at the state's objection to this, and they want us to see what the state's argument is. It's almost like they're saying, this is unbelievable. So they want this unsealed in just those two items, right?
Got right.
They want their own argument and then the state's objection to that argument unsealed. Okay, moving forward, on the 17th of January, the defendants replied to the state's objection. It must have been some type of a heated argument because, the defense wants that sealed, right? There's no doubting that. They want that sealed. Their response to the state's objection. Go ahead and seal that one, fine. But we're putting it on the record. We're filing it. Okay. Now on the 19th, the state objecting to the defendant's motion to unseal. So now the state is objecting to the motion to unseal. And on the 19th, the document requesting that the state's memorandum supporting its objection to the defendant's motion to unseal has an error in it. So we can go ahead and pull that up real quick if you want. That's on the 19th, I believe. And it is called the objection to this to defendant's motion to unseal, if you want.
All right. This is this is the one to seal. Sorry.
Yeah. We'll get to that one next.
No, I forgot. Hold on a minute here. There it is. I clicked on the wrong one. My apologies. Now this was filed January 19th at 3:45 p.m. Okay. Just give you guys a heads up on that. And there it is. Good Lord, with these stupid spam calls already. Getting old. Sorry, guys. Okay. There is that one.
Okay. Yeah, pretty straightforward. It says, comes now. The state of Idaho, by and through the LATOC prosecuting attorney, objects to the defendant's motion to unseal. Okay. In support of its objection, the state has submitted a memorandum. Okay. So the key points here is it's submitted a memorandum. So we're going to go look for that in just a second here. But the very important part here is the word unseal, the very last word of that first sentence. Unseal. Remember that. Let's highlight it and emphasize it. Okay. Yes, that's important. Remember that. So let's close that document. And then we'll go to the previous document. It's dated the same date, the 19th, but it's the motion to seal the state's memorandum.
Yep. 1 second here.
Sure. Take your time.
Lost it. Where the hell did it go?
Well,
I just pulled it up.
Yeah, you just had it. It is called the 19th. It is the motion to seal state's memorandum.
It was. I need new glasses, folks. Sorry.
That's all right.
Things are running together.
I get it. It's easy to get lost in these documents.
Mm-hmm. All righty, guys. There it is. Okay. motion to seal states memorandum in support of its objection to defendant's motion to seal. Here we are.
Okay. Now, just as a reminder, this is not the memorandum itself. That is sealed, but this is the order requesting to seal the memorandum, okay? And remember, that word that we highlighted was unseal. That is important, because now we're going to get into the reason why. And I'll read it. Comes now the state of Idaho by and through the Latah County prosecuting attorney, and respectfully requests that this court seal its memorandum in support of its objection to defendant's motion to seal. To seal. So that is a typo. They are requesting that the court seal its memorandum in support of its objection to the defendant's motion to seal. Well, there is no such memorandum. This is an absolute mistake. Okay? And it's important to point that out. So then on the 22nd, we can see that they fixed that. On the 22nd, and we don't need to pull the documents up, but there are two documents. One is called the state amends the order, temporary order sealing states memorandum. I'm going to pull that up myself and read it. Yeah, so the judge signed off. He granted their motion to seal the memorandum in support of objection to defendant's motion to seal. And that, again, that memorandum doesn't even exist. So that one is the mistake. And he ordered that on the 19th, by the way. So that's one thing we covered last night, is there was a lot of confusion on that day that we covered these documents, because no one really knew what was going on. And we can see that it seems like even the players in this are even getting confused a little bit, like we are, within all the language in all these documents, because I think that's an error right there. So has everybody understood so far?
Just to be clear on my side of things, you're stating that they made a mistake, and instead of it meaning it to say sealed, it means to say, it should say unsealed, right?
Yes, it should say unseal.
Okay, so that was the typo that they made, was that instead of it saying unseal, it said sealed. Okay.
Yes. So once again, without taking too long,
Right.
The document on the 19th, which is objection to defendant's motion to unseal, it is saying we're filing a memorandum. So then the memorandum is sealed. We cannot see it. But what we can see is the motion to seal the memorandum. And in the language of the motion to seal the memorandum, there is a typo. And the judge grants that motion to seal this document, which doesn't even exist. There is no document that's where the state is objecting to the defense wanting something sealed. There is no motion sealed. There's no motion to seal anything filed by the defense. The defense wants something unsealed. So again, that is a typo by the state in that document on the 19th.
So this document right here instead of this one saying objection to defendant's motion to unseal, it should say seal.
No, this is the correct document. This is
yeah.
Scroll
Sorry.
that one. Yep, scroll that one down just a hair.
Okay. 1 second. I think Mama Bear's jumping down. She has to run and do some things. Thank you, Mama Bear. Appreciate you being up here today and hope to talk to you soon.
You're welcome. I'll see you guys later.
Okie doke. Thank you for joining me today. I appreciate you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, Eddie. Scroll it down to here.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. It says the state has filed this memorandum. See, it's the first sentence is correct. It's objecting. The state has submitted a memorandum objecting to the defendant's motion to unseal. Right? We know the state is objecting to the defendant's motion to unseal. That's a given. Straightforward. Everyone understands that, right? Everyone's tracking with that.
Gotcha.
The defense, yeah, they want to unseal that. Okay, and then the state is saying we filed a memorandum under seal. Okay, so now when we go to look at that memorandum that's under seal, of course we can't see the memorandum itself, but what we do see is the motion to seal the memorandum. And that is on January 19th, we can see that motion to seal the memorandum.
Let me pull that one up now.
Yeah. And again, there's a typo in there.
Motion to seal state's memorandum. There it is. Sorry. Okay. All right. There we go. Motion to seal state's memorandum in support of its objection to defendant's motion to seal.
Right. So comes now the state of Idaho by and through the Latrobe County prosecuting attorney and respectfully requests that this court seal its memorandum in support of its objection to the defendant's motion to seal. I'm going to stop right at that word. Focus on that word, because remember, again, just a second ago, we had that other document open. They're objecting to the defendant's motion to unseal.
Gotcha.
So we can't see the memorandum, but we can see in this document that they want to. This is a motion to seal the memorandum. So the court has granted this motion. The court is allowing them to seal a document that doesn't even exist. That document being this mythical motion supporting its objection to the defendant's motion to seal. They meant unseal. They're objecting to the defendant's motion to unseal. Simply. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. So how did you, and just to deduct it, like how did you come upon this? This, like when you figured this out? Explain that, if you will.
I don't know. It's just there, plain as day.
Okay.
I'm a little late to the party. I don't know what's going on. So is bad news for Brian again, or what?
But it hasn't even gotten interesting yet. There's what we covered last night. There's something even more interesting than this. And Dago, if you want to open up the 19th of January, request for a closed hearing.
Plot thickens.
1 second. 1 second here. The 19th request for closed hearing. Right. Hey, by the way, hey Willie, good to see you.
Hey, Dago. Hey, Eddie.
Hey, Willie, how you doing today?
Doing well. A little bit
Better than yesterday?
Dude, listen, I swear to God, if I didn't have a kid, I would have jumped off a bridge. I swear to God, dude. Like, but
Okay.
Okay, so
Salty's asking Eddie,
yeah,
what is, and she said that they had a typo and the court didn't catch it and failed to act accordingly, and that's a question.
well, they acted accordingly. What we,
Or is it what you're getting ready to explain now?
well, they cleared it all up on the 22nd. There's an amended order on the 22nd, and you don't have that open right now, and you don't need to open it. There's an amended order temporary sealing the state's memorandum. And I'll just read it. It's based on the state's motion to seal its memorandum in support of its objection to the defendant's motion to unseal. The court thereby grants, right, that motion to unseal. They fixed the language. They fixed that typo. It should say unseal. So if it's as clear as mud, I apologize. That's the best I can do. We had it straightened out last night. You know, everybody was tracking somehow, but
yeah, there's a bunch of people that weren't in here last night, and that's why they're not understanding what you're trying to say. Okay.
But it's just a basic, small. It's nothing to get caught up on. It's a typo in that document on the 19th. So
you're just explaining the typo scenario. That's
explaining that, yeah, because catching people up that weren't here yesterday. Now, but this is a new point. This is the other thing that we discovered, and this is kind of what's really important. Is this document that you have up now, the request for the closed hearing. This is this just is unbelievable, right? We covered this last night. So what we have here, it says, comes now the state of Idaho by and through the Latah County prosecuting attorney and respectfully request that the court schedule a hearing on the defendant's motion to unseal, defendant's motion to reconsider orders denying the motion to dismiss. Okay. It says the state understands that the court and counsel are available for such a hearing on Tuesday, January 23rd at 4:30 p.m. Because the court and the state have a legal obligation and responsibility found both in statute and applicable court rule to protect the integrity and secrecy of the grand jury proceedings, the state respectfully requests that the hearing on the defendant's said motion be closed so that the parties can fully address the merits of their respective arguments related to the grand jury for the record. What does that mean? And we discussed it last night, and that means that there was a hearing on the 23rd that no one knew took place until we covered it last night in your show.
So yesterday.
What were they? Yeah. What were they discussing in that hearing? Well, simply the argument, should this be allowed to be unsealed or no? And I maintain that they settled that argument there and then. And you even, with these new, and because time is rolling along and now we have new documents, it makes it even more confusing. But if we roll back time till yesterday, the most recent document was, the one dated January 23rd, the order settling sealed hearing. And we establish that nothing has changed from the original plan of having that AM hearing at 11 a.m. being closed.
Right.
And the 1 p.m. hearing is open, and the 1 p.m. hearing is going to be dull. It's going to be simply discussing the inaccurate instructions to the grand jury.
Right.
They are not going to be talking about whether or not this should be unsealed or not. And the discussion even got interesting last night, where Mr. Cluminati said, but look at the time of the filing on that. He said it couldn't have happened at 4:30 p.m. because it was electronically filed at 1:14, right?
Right.
But it seems like in that one took me back for a minute, and I'm like, well, yeah, that does kind of shoot my theory down. They couldn't have had a secret hearing. But this morning you are reading the newest documents, and the newest document is speaking about a Zoom hearing that did take place between Ann Taylor and Ashley Jennings.
Right.
That is that hearing. It sounds like to me.
It seems that did very well happen, but so I can go along with that hearing, like you're saying. I agreed. I wish Cletus was here to see that right now. But so that I agree with Eddie that hearing happened. They spoke about some things, obviously, in the Zoom meeting, so on and so forth, and it was just Ann Taylor and Ashley Jennings, along with Judge, of course.
We never got to see shit.
So he theorized that there would be new documents, and that would support his theory. But actually, I think these new documents support my theory. Is that on Friday they're not going to be debating whether or not to seal or unseal. That's been settled, and it was settled on the 23rd. I don't think it happened at 4:30. I think everyone is available pretty much all day long, and it happened at an earlier time, and it got filed after it happened. And if you look at these new 3 documents, you can see that they're all being filed on January 23rd, like noon, 12:12 or whatever.
12:30 or 12:23, and then no, I see what you're saying. I know.
So that Zoom meeting that nobody knew happened until I theorized about it last night after reading these documents.
Now
that happened. It actually happened, and they probably were arguing.
Yeah. Now the one thing I do want to bring up. Go ahead, Eddie. Sorry.
That's all right. The request for a closed hearing. They're making that argument. The state request for a closed hearing on the 19th. That document, we never got to see that document until it dropped after the 23rd.
The memorandum you're talking about.
Because it was a secret. That is an absolute secret Zoom meeting that happened. And it did happen. And it settled the debate.
Well, I mean, beforehand it was, but then they documented it, right?
Right.
Okay. So, no, I know what you're saying. I see what you mean. Okay.
What is it they don't want us to freaking hear, man?
Well, they don't want us to hear anything.
We won't ever hear anything. They don't want us to hear anything. But listen, this one thing, though, did catch my attention. I agree with her. Salty said the dates on those latest documents are very interesting. Did you catch the dates on there, guys, when we were reviewing that? They're definitely. It caught me off guard, if that makes any sense.
Which documents, Dago?
The newer ones. Sarge says he's saying the hearing ruled for BK and the state is now asking to hear this argument. No. Wait, no. Wait, what you weren't saying? No, I didn't think so. No, Sarge. The latest documents we were talking about.
As far as the defendant's motion to reconsider, we're having that court date tomorrow on the 26th. But as far as the motion to unseal, that's been decided.
Well, right. And that basically is what he's saying, you guys. That's what he's trying to explain, Sarge. And yes, that's a great point there too, Salty. Go ahead, Eddie.
I'm going to pull up that motion to unseal. And if you want to also, you can.
Okay.
I thought it was important last night we all look at it because
but that was
that's this 12th of January.
January 12th. So
Motion to unseal defendant's motion to reconsider.
okay, there we go. And that's a good point too. At least Ann hasn't had to go to the Idaho Supreme Court to be heard, unlike what's going on the other side over there in Delphi. Agreed. Okay. All right, here we are. All right. This is the motion to unseal defendant's motion to reconsider orders I hate this one. Denying motions to dismiss the indictment and in the alternative for permissions to appeal from the interlocutory orders. There you go.
Okay. So we're all familiar with this document. We won't read the entire thing, but let's roll down to the very bottom of it. Scroll. I'll tell you when. Yeah, right. Yeah, the last paragraph. Okay. The last paragraph reading, Mr. Koberger moves the court to unseal the proceedings and filings. Okay. Let's stop right there and discuss what that means, what we just read. The filings, again, is her motion to reconsider the judge's ruling, his order denying the motion to dismiss. That argument, that's the filing. And also the state's objection. She wants us to see that as well. So those two things specifically is what we're talking about there when we're talking about those filings. But the word proceedings, to me, that refers to tomorrow's court hearing. She wanted that to be open so we could see the entire argument, I believe.
Okay.
The AM hearing at 11, she doesn't want that closed.
Right.
That's what this sentence of this document is telling us. Isn't that what we established last night? Did we all kind of get on?
Yeah, that's what the conversation was last night, right?
We had a lot of brain power last night. We had, I think, a consensus on that. I think we all thought that, right? Is that fair to say?
Well, I think Mr., as you call him, I love it too, Mr. Cluminati. I think he the one that said he thought maybe in the other direction, possibly.
I forget.
One of the things he said that he thought he disagreed with you on. I can't remember what it was exactly. But I think
he certainly disagreed with me. He thought that there was no secret hearing at 4:30. But then I kind of, after a period of time, the idea came to me, well, maybe it happened earlier. His point, he was hard and fast on, well, they filed it before, they filed it at like 1:17 p.m.
That titanium, you better have my money ready.
But how can they file it before 4:30 p.m.? And I'm like, well, you got me there. I guess there wasn't a hearing at 4:30. But then I'm like, well, maybe they had, who wants to start their day at 4:30? Maybe they all said, we're all free at.
No, I got it.
Let's do this meeting at lunchtime, and they moved up the time. How would we know if they did or not? So.
Hey, Tanya, thank you for joining us. Tanya just said from Titanium Built, by the way, welcome. Good to see you. Said that there's 2 hearings in the morning now. And Salty said that by law it has to be closed because of the nature of it.
Where does 2 hearings in the morning come from?
Is that what you're saying, Tanya? Or are you saying, if I hope I say it right, I go back and forth. Tanya, I hope I'm saying it right. Either way.
It's Tanya, I thought.
Yeah, okay. I think, are you saying that, Tanya, or are you asking that? Because that's what I was kind of like thinking last night, that they would just roll it with 2 hearings tomorrow.
You ain't winning this one, Tanya. Trust me.
Is that true? Or, I mean, I'm lost a little bit, so don't mind me, folks. I'm trying to catch up with in my
I think
mind.
okay, I read Tanya's comment. I thought there was a document that came out that said that. She must be referring to on the 23rd of January. You know, in other words, the last document that we had yesterday before
that new document that was dropped. Yeah,
before these most 3 recent ones.
And that's the order setting sealed hearing on the defendant's motion to unseal, right? Okay.
Yes. I think she's talking about that one. And again, I think this was the first thing that I covered last night. Is I said it's not verbatim, it's not cut and paste word for word.
Right.
But all the same words and all this same sentiment is there when you compare what this document says and the initial scheduling for the hearing, which was again December 28th. The order setting hearings on defendant's motion to reconsider. If we had those 2 documents up side by side, you would see that it is identical. So
yeah. So what in essence what she was saying over here is she thinks that there's 2 hearings in the morning and then the one in the afternoon.
No, yeah, right. That sounds, yeah, and we can read that is not the case. There is no sealed hearing for them to debate whether or not to unseal. In my opinion, the motion to unseal, that's already been settled, and that was on the 23rd. What time it happened during that Zoom meeting on the 23rd, I don't know.
Wouldn't they have to document that though? If that was like that's what
he did
about last night.
He did. Yeah, he did it. Document it. And it's documented in this January 23rd. And that's why the language is slightly different, but it is nearly identical. So I'll read it. I'm getting an echo too through someone's.
Not me.
Let me turn down a little bit. My mic might be too high. Sorry. All right.
Okay, here we go. So based on the defendant's motion to unseal, defendant's motion to reconsider, and again, for simplicity, I'm not going to continue reading the rest of the description of that.
Okay. So based on defendant's motion to unseal, defendant's motion to reconsider. Okay.
Yeah. Filed January 12th, and the state's request for a closed hearing on said motion. Filed January 19th.
Mm-hmm. The court orders
the following.
A sealed hearing on defendant's motion to unseal defendant's motion to reconsider orders denying motions. Permission to appeal from interlocutor January 20. And it says the stay of proceedings will be heard. Okay, hold up. Okay, back up. A sealed hearing on the defendant's motion to unseal defendant's motion to reconsider. If all this will be heard on January 26, 2024 at 11 a.m. You see how that fits in there? Okay.
Nothing has changed. That's the same language as on the 28th.
It says there, yeah, the time already set for sealed hearing in this case.
Yes.
This hearing will be sealed and closed to the public to protect privacy of the grand jury proceedings, of course.
Yep.
Right. All right.
Yep. That's his ruling. His ruling is nothing has changed. he's acknowledging there was a closed hearing on the initial paragraph. We can read that. And his ruling is, he's not coming out and saying it.
Yeah, but he would have to, wouldn't he, Eddie?
Well, he just did. He says, here's the ruling, is there's going to be a closed hearing. When we discuss the defendant's motion to reconsider, that's going to be sealed. These proceedings will be sealed. We're not going to unseal them. I've ruled.
I'm serious about to write to Brian and be like, yo, what's going on with your case, bro? Like, what the hell did you do?
He didn't come out. He didn't come out and say it in plain language. I give you that. He didn't say,
Jesus.
Basically, what this is saying, though, is that he's going to speak on this tomorrow, on January 26th at 11 a.m., the time that's already set for a sealed hearing, and just add it to this, is what you're stating, is what this is reading as. So, but he made his decision already. That's what I'm a little bit lost on, Eddie, is where you're getting that he said, or that I was lost on that last night too, where it comes that he made a decision on that already. I thought that the decision is to be made during this hearing tomorrow.
No, because the ship will have sailed. What's the point of this? And how can anyone prepare if they're only debating about it? Again, we have the document to refer to, which is dated January 19th. It is
okay. No, I'm trying to put, and I see some people are a little confused too. Just like
I'm on cloud 9. I don't know what's going on. Like, dude, there's so many back and forth and contradictions and
this
stuff.
This really isn't that difficult. On January 19th, the state says.
No, but the way they word it is.
So basically, he's made his decision, and he's just going to say tomorrow in this hearing, this is the decision that we've come to at this point. Nothing's going to change. Moving forward, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a secondary conversation piece in that hearing tomorrow. That's what. Okay.
No. If I understood what you just said, that last piece there you threw in, no, I don't think that at all. I think.
Well, they already have a topic for the morning hearing. I'll just put it that way. There's already a topic there. So what I'm saying though is what you're saying is he's gonna throw this in that morning hearing to give to inform everybody else that doesn't know this already what his decision was. Is that what you're saying, or am I wrong on that?
You're wrong there.
Okay, then.
I ain't saying nothing because I'm gonna be wrong.
Okay, hold on a minute. Let me check.
It's crazy.
People in chat that are okay. Where did she go? Tanya says, but why would he say that in a sealed meeting when they already know? When they already know they'll come. That's what I'm trying to clarify here, so that I think I'm confusing myself. But
okay, let me just
a bombshell.
Let me try to get everyone straightened out. So, all right. There is a hearing on the 26th, and that is because the defense filed a motion to reconsider the judge's order denying the motion to dismiss the grand jury indictment. Everybody understand that? Did that make sense?
Yeah, I got you on that one.
Okay. The state objected to that. And then the defense filed a motion to unseal both their argument, why they're arguing the judge's order denying the motion to dismiss, but also the state's objection to that motion to reconsider. Does that make sense? They want to unseal those two items, okay? And they want the proceedings to be open, not closed in the AM, right? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then the state objected on the 19th. They objected to the defendant's motion to unseal. Also on the 19th was a document that we never got to see until days and days and days later. It is the document, the request for a closed hearing. It wasn't put in the file like when it was filed, because it was a secret. We didn't learn about that secret until we woke up yesterday morning, right?
Right.
They had a secret meeting.
The Zoom meeting.
And if you open up that document, the 19th, request for the closed hearing, it is, the court is scheduling,
All right.
the request that the court schedule a hearing on the defendant's motion to unseal, the defendant's motion to reconsider orders, and based on the communications with counsel and court, the state understands that the court and counsel are available for such a hearing on Tuesday, January 23rd.
I just hate secrets.
That did happen. They met. They absolutely met. And the purpose for this closed hearing,
okay,
was in order so that the parties can fully address the merits of the respective arguments related to the grand jury, for the record. So they're debating, whether or not this should be sealed or no. And what I'm saying is the judge has made his ruling, and the result of that ruling is Ann's answer is no, it won't be unsealed.
Okay.
We deny. That's what I take from this.
Your deduction is okay. I understand. And then Bombshell says, in essence, that's probably because the judge doesn't want any more J slips in open court arguments. Okay. Joy, there's a lot to these documents anymore. Okay.
Oh, yeah. I'm about to stop tuning into them because they're making me confused.
Don't hurt yourself, Willie. It's okay.
Dude, it's just crazy, man. I can never be a lawyer doing this shit. I would just want to get up and argue. I couldn't do none of this stuff. Jesus.
Right. Some of these things, I don't know.
Like why? Like people are saying in the chat, why is this so much different than every other case? Why are there secrets? Why is there?
Well, I mean, they don't. The defense wants us to see everything, and the prosecution obviously doesn't. I mean, that's pretty standard for court. Back and forth. But
isn't it usually the other way around? Like if
it's not that. Well, I don't know. No, I see what it is though. Now, the one thing that really grabbed my attention though today, okay, with all of this, I think everybody gets what you're saying. Eddie, and Titanium says that she gets it now too. I didn't read the documents from yesterday. Haven't gotten. Okay, no problem, Tanya. Okay. The other thing, and Salty brought this up earlier, and I can't let go of it though. And I want everybody else to understand this and see it. The dates on the newer documents are what caught my attention through all this. Gag orders are standard, court filings and motions are standard, right? We'll look on any document on that site and you'll see that they're all like this. They all have back and forth. They have discovery requests. They all have that. Yeah.
Here's a big question I have. Okay. When the hell is this trial going to happen? With all this back and forth BS.
I'm hoping
we're getting ahead of ourselves. We have no idea. We don't even know
nothing. I'm just asking flat out. Like, when is this going to happen? Like, when do you guys think it's going to happen?
When do we think? I think it's probably going to be. I hate doing this because it's probably going to go way ahead if I say it. I'm hoping for summer. That's my thought.
Oh, okay.
That's what I
Wow.
think. I'm not
I
saying
thought
it
it'd be
will.
like next year or something.
I'm thinking June, July, maybe.
Hmm.
And then, like Salty said, truthfully, it's when the defense is ready. Sadly.
But we
Well,
won't know tomorrow. Like they're not
no.
setting a date tomorrow.
Oh, no. No. That's too soon for that.
Well, like I saw somebody said we'll learn tomorrow, but I don't know. I just want a trial to happen already, man. This is nuts.
Mhm. Right on your plan a vacation before that.
But what this shows me is they won't hesitate to not show the full trial if what's his name doesn't want to, like the cross examination of Dylan and Bethany or something. Like, will we actually see that?
If they want us to.
That's what I mean. It's crazy how they can just pick and choose.
Yeah, there's no grand jury issues tomorrow. So, what I want to do is go back to this, though. I'm trying to find it now. I think everybody gets your point now, though, Eddie. There was a few people that were confused and thrown off, and like I said, Tanya just didn't read the other documents, so that makes sense now.
And there's a distinction between me being here on my computer and being able to pull them up and move through them as I go, versus someone in chat just being, listening to me speak.
Yeah.
Anyone in chat listening is going to be a great disadvantage to be able to follow along without the benefit of, flipping through it in real time.
Yeah.
It is confusing.
Yeah.
For some people, yeah. Some people can get it just from hearing it, though.
Yes.
Jess, I thought about writing to him just to ask him, like, what he's thinking about all this, but I just feel like he won't write back because, like, he'll be scared that they'll, like, take that letter and, plaster it on the news or something like that. Because they can do that shit, right?
Brian Koberger, right back?
Yeah, like, if I write Brian, I'm like, yo, dude.
No, there would be no response.
Yeah.
He would read it. Yeah.
Oh, he's probably not.
You just want to, cheer him up, tell him, give him positive energy and let him know your thoughts, but there'd never be a response.
Right.
No.
Don't expect a response.
I mean, I figured that, but I'll write him one. I mean, like I said, if he doesn't open any of the mail, he'll open that one because he'll definitely know the name. But yeah, I just want to let him know, what's going on the outside. But I would love to know what he's thinking. Like, he must be going nuts in there. Like, what the fuck? I can't get nothing unsealed. I don't know.
Well,
I'd be punching walls in there.
The guidance I would give is anyone feels compelled to write him, I would encourage it. I am sure that he wouldn't mind reading, correspondence that gives him well wishes.
I can also tell him, because there's people that actually hung out with him that think it wasn't him now. So I can also divulge that information and stuff. So just so he knows.
I'll be honest, and I'm not going against anything you guys are saying, but until they prove him innocent to me, completely innocent, I won't be writing no letters to him. That's all I'm saying.
Well, listen, as of right now, what we're seeing, I'm not on the guilty side. I'll tell you that.
No, I respect that. I do.
I was, but
I absolutely do. I respect that, but like I said, until I see proof that this dude is 100% innocent, yeah, there's no thing from me. But I want to see that. I want to see that they show that he's guilty. You know what I'm saying?
My fear is that you will never see that, and that's the way this is set up.
Yeah. Well, hey, Clue.
What's up?
Clue.
What's going on?
Nothing.
Clue, I was there this morning, and then you had difficulties with your live, and then I wasn't able to make the second half of your show.
Yeah, so our power is set up different. Like they don't here, you don't have to pay like your entire bill, like for the month, you can do something called like prepay, and you can load $1,000 on there if you want to, right? But when the money's gone, they'll turn your power off. And I'm responsible for
Really?
keeping up with it, and I didn't.
That's crazy that they don't
I
like
mean,
give you a.
it's really better. It's easier because you can see, like, they tell you every day how many like kilowatts you've used. So it's just, for me and us, it's just more
Right, Granny.
beneficial, right? Because we can know the next day, like, don't run the heat so much, or
Yeah.
turn the pool off. You know what I mean?
It's like cricket.
Well, a question real quick about what you said, Dago, because you said you're not writing on until you. What have you seen to show you he's guilty?
It's not what I've seen to show me he's guilty. It's what I haven't seen to show me he's guilty, if that makes any sense at all.
It makes sense.
I've been telling you guys for a year that I'm kind of sitting right in the middle on the fence. I've seen some things, and I'm going based on the fact that I want to trust in law enforcement. I know I'm going to get slapped for that. I'm just telling you, okay? I'm trusting in our law enforcement that they're doing things right. I'm not saying they are. I'm saying that's what I'm trusting in my mind. I've seen a couple little things that for them to arrest this guy, there's something somewhere, and I know people disagree with me. It's okay. Don't get mad at me, though. Don't send the hitman like that. I'm just saying they have something. I know I'm uncomfortable with it because we've talked about that. That's why I'm over here too, saying, okay, this, and this says that he didn't do this. And that's where I've been until I'm praying to God that, and I said this to you guys before, that prosecution is going to show something to me that proves that this dude did this. That's what I'm waiting. That's what I'm waiting.
The question becomes, how generous of an allowance are you gonna give?
I'm gonna it as much as I have to.
Because at this point,
I keep hearing that there's more. Okay, we've all heard this.
Well, you know why I don't think there's more, right? Well, I already told you why I don't think there's more, because the grand jury didn't see any more. So, how the hell is there more?
Because we all have been told, and we know that they didn't need a whole lot of anything to get him arrested and in jail and get the trial going and all that stuff, right?
Okay.
We know that, and I it's hard to believe for me as well. I've
no, but that's fine. But if it stopped there, I'm on board. But when we're talking about 6-7 months later, now they're presenting all the evidence that they collected plus those 6 or 7 months they've been collecting. That's what they presented to the grand jury, and they were underwhelmed. So, what more new evidence are they just going to pull out of their ass that they haven't already shown?
What the grand jury wanted, though, I don't know if you knew this or not, bud, but what grand jury wanted was like personal information about Brian, and that's not their business. They're not allowed to have that. Okay, so that they gave them as much as the law allowed them to give them at that point, from my understanding. If I'm wrong, please somebody correct me. And I have no problems with that. So at that point, that was what it was. So
how do we know that, though? Just curious. How do we know?
I read it somewhere. Damn it!
I just heard what his lawyer said. That's all. I didn't know.
And it was stated that, like, they're by law they're only allowed to give a grand jury so much. Okay, and there were 6 grand jurors that said that. Can you give me something else? That's not enough for me, basically, in layman's terms, right?
Right.
Yep.
And let me see here.
You want to see more than the PCA, not info on Brian. That's what I thought. Yeah. So I'm sticking to my guns.
I don't know. I know that's fine. I respect that wholeheartedly. And I'm telling you, I still feel like, after I went back, here's what happened with me, folks. After I went back, and read the PCA more, and then I went and read what some of the wording in it means, and I went to this and I went to that. Things started to make a little more sense to me. That's what happened with me. But it still doesn't. Okay, I still see the other things, you guys, that we've all talked about 150,000 times, where there's no DNA in his vehicle, in his home, all that stuff, that there's no this, there's no that, there's none of this, and there's none of that. There's a lot of that, okay? That's why I still have doubt, reasonable doubt, whatever you want to call this stuff at this point. That's what my issues are with this. And the fact that they're using the pings and the fact that the alibi, all of that stuff, and those are the things that they're using to show that he's guilty of this, possibly. The two don't weigh enough. One weighs more than the other for me at this point. So at this point, I'm waiting very, very unimpatiently for the trial, because I'm guessing that there's got to be something in the trial for this kid to still be sitting in jail, and for them to be so sure that they have their guy. There's got to be something they have that's going to at least make me go, well, that's questionable. You see what I'm saying? I'm not saying
or they have tunnel vision.
Do what?
I said, or they have tunnel vision like they've had in other cases.
I mean, it could be. I'm trying to do things the way that we're supposed to do things, I guess you could say, to see things the way we're supposed to see them because here's what's going to happen. If they come to trial with this, okay, this is a fact and a promise. If they come to trial with this and they don't show anything else, the prosecution, nothing else, what's left? There is nothing. That's it. As far as I'm concerned, the dude didn't do it. Okay. That's how I feel at that point. And that's what I'm waiting to see. Honest to God, right hand to God, folks, that I'm waiting to see if they can pull anything else out to throw against him.
So I just have a quick question, because I don't know how like all this paperwork and like what the defense would want to argue and what they wouldn't want to argue. Now, if they did have, because the defense came out and said that there was no DNA here, and they fought some of the stuff that the prosecution had, but I haven't seen them fight anything that we don't know about. Like she said about the sheath placed, she said about this, she said about that, but I haven't seen anything in like the defense paperwork arguing anything that we haven't, any evidence that we don't know.
Yeah.
Would they argue that in like paperwork, or would they not? So the public wouldn't know about it. But if they could seal it, what the hell does it matter? But I guess we wouldn't know. Yeah. See, that's why I don't like that one thing's sealed, one thing's not sealed, because we really don't know what the hell's going on, what they have, what they don't have, because they're sealing it, they're unsealing these. We can see that, we can't see this.
Like vegan restaurant. Okay, I got Tanya says there's always a zing to a zang, just like there's vegan to non-vegan. Right. Well, the way my brain has worked with this, guys, is I've questioned the whole time. Why is the prosecution so confident? Why are they so sure that there's nobody else out there, that they've not made any other, and they haven't. They've made no other arrests that we've seen. I'm pretty sure if they would have, we'd have seen or heard about it. There's nobody else been arrested. There's nobody else that they've even spoken about, okay, that I've heard of either. So that tells me there's got to be something that they're going to come with. And if they don't, that's it. That's it for me. Like I'm going to stick with what I feel.
But again, I can respect that, because
the other side at that point, it'll take me all the way to the innocent side at that point, whether I'm right or wrong.
I respect where you're, because I'm still, I'm kind of where, I can kind of see where you're coming from, because like, why were they so confident, like you just said, not to arrest anybody else, knock down the house, if, they didn't have the evidence to convict him,
Right.
But then I look, and, you hear about the other DNAs, you hear about that they, at least test them enough to get the sex of them. And that's where your mind starts going like, well, are they just having tunnel vision just on him, and they don't want to look into the other ones that could be accomplices because it's too much work? And again, there's been instances, and there's a whole ass documentary, like I mentioned before, on Netflix about tunnel vision. And
I know.
You know what I mean? So that's what I'm hoping is not the case, because that's not true justice when you have tunnel vision like that and just try to make shit stick.
You are correct. And if that's what this is a case of, then it is. Well, for instance, I know I do this a lot, guys, but this is fact. For instance, look at Delphi. What you just said, that is, in my opinion, that is nothing but what you're calling tunnel vision, okay? It's a one-way street on that.
Absolutely.
That case is a one-way street. It goes no other direction but Richard Allen, period.
But here's
Nothing
my
else.
question though. But here's my rebuttal to you though. I mean, from what we have to say right now, Richard Allen confessed. Brian
Okay.
Koberger didn't confess. He stood silent.
That's right.
So I understand, that they have tunnel vision on Richard Allen, but they have a bullet cycled through a chamber of a gun, which I think is bullshit. They have his confession, and I'm sure they have a couple other things on him as well. So why, I understand it's two completely different cases, but I still think that it's the same amount of tunnel vision, especially when they had other DNAs that they could have built trees for. They built trees for Brian, but they didn't build trees for these guys. That is what I think is going to be their biggest hump, trying to explain that to a jury if they have to, which I hope they do.
I honestly, I think the jury's going to struggle with this. I do, unless they're biased, which is not supposed to be allowed. But still, I feel like everything I've seen shows utmost confidence in the state's behalf. Right, I really do. That's how I see it. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong, but that's what I'm seeing. And the defense has shown confidence as well in a lot of ways, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Not as much as I think prosecution has, but still quite a bit amount of confidence. Brian definitely has, as in what they're showing for, okay? So I have to say it like this, and it sounds ignorant to say it, guys, but I kind of want them to show me something. As long as this dude's been in jail, as long as they push the same narrative nonstop without bending, breaking, twisting, turning, I kind of want to see something that says, yep, he did it, to prove to me that, okay, that was worth that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm with you.
I'm not backpedaling. I was just saying I see where Dago's coming from. So I'm not backpedaling anything.
Hard. Yeah, it's hard to I even did a show one time. Maybe it was because of me, whatever. But I did a show that you guys were here. I don't think you were, Clue, at that time, but I think Eddie was here and Willie was here too, where it was, Brian Koberger did this. I was trying to find points to prove that he did it.
Yeah.
Me too.
And I couldn't stick to it. So it's hard, guys. That's what I'm saying. And I feel like I don't even know how to explain certain feelings that I have about it. I want Brian to be guilty in a sense because of all of what we've all gone through at this point, with not what we've gone through, but what they've gone through at this point. I want him to be guilty because I want them to have the right guy. And then there in turn, it's going to show that everything that's gone down in a sense, it's been the right way. I may not be explaining this the right way from what I'm actually thinking, but I'm trying.
Well, it kind of restores faith in the justice system.
Yeah. There's one big thing, okay? Because we've all seen and heard the whole time, well, this is unjust and that's unjust. And then, like Willie said, tunnel vision and this problem and that problem. Ellie did this and this person did that. All of that.
Well, I mean, tunnel vision can go two ways, right?
It can. Yes, ma'am. You're right.
You can also have tunnel vision on
the other
innocent.
side.
I'm not going to look at the things that make him look guilty.
That's right. And that's I've struggled through the whole thing to make sure that I'm not doing that. That's why I've never said Brian's innocent. I've never said it because I don't wholeheartedly feel that he is. But I've also never said Brian's guilty of this because I really don't wholeheartedly feel that he is. Okay. So I want them to show me something. And the story, and then thank God this case could finally be over. But the again, going back to what I've been saying repeatedly since I got into it, the one that I don't think I'll ever be able to understand nor believe anything that's said is Delphi. That case, that's the one that it just blows my mind. That's nothing but a one-way street. That's what I call it. It's a one-way road. That's it. You go that way and no other way. Don't you go dare look anywhere else, up, down, sideways, or nothing, because you're wrong. That's all.
But to be fair, I mean, if Brian's convicted, you can agree he has some appeals to stand on from how this investigation went down. Could you agree with that?
Yeah, of course there's going to be appeals, but
No, I'm
You know,
sorry. No, because you were saying,
they're
well, because
gonna.
you were saying that if he's found guilty, that means that everything that they have done is correct. No, I don't believe so.
No,
I
no.
believe even, you know what I mean?
See, that's why it's hard for me to explain it. It's gonna make me see they have something here, but there's definitely legs to stand on for appealing.
Mhm.
You know, the very beginning of the case, the way the crime scene was handled, this and that, some certain mistakes that were made in law enforcement side of things, of course.
I think it was. I think what maybe Diggo, what you're trying to say is it would kind of put some faith in you guys did at least have something
Yeah,
that you thought was a nail in the coffin for him.
yeah,
They
exactly.
do. The DNA on the sheath. That's their nail.
That's not enough.
That's not enough for me. It's not, or I would have been on the whole he's guilty train.
But that's Willie's point, is that's the strength of their case. That's what it hangs on. There's nothing additional to that.
Well, we don't know that though, Eddie. We don't know.
That's fair. We don't know that.
That's what I'm saying, and that's what I'm waiting to see. If they come to trial with this, guys, and Bill Thompson sits over there and he twiddles his beard and he doesn't say anything and he doesn't show anything, well, damn. Okay.
Well, how about this, Dago? At one point, that was the strength of it, and maybe they have more, but at one point, that was the strength of their case because that's what they needed to arrest him. Correct?
That's all they needed to arrest him, right?
And that's what they were shooting to get, and they got that, and boom, he was locked up. So at one point, that was the strength of their arrest. Now, and that's why I think that they rushed it because they thought they were going to find so much shit in his car and so much shit in his apartment that all this wouldn't matter, dude. But guess what?
I agree with you.
A goddamn thing, did they?
I agree. I do agree with you on that. But we still got, when it comes to the trial, we got cast. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what to expect from that, but I'm expecting that's probably, we have that, and there's 51 terabytes of digital evidence per se. Okay. That's got to be in my mind. That's where their case is at as far as the state goes.
But we also have discussed, and you have brought up the 3D imaging of how they're going to show this crime scene. Do you know how much data that takes up? Those 3D models, the virtual reality stuff. Do you know how much data?
Yeah, they've said 51 terabytes from the beginning, and they just now did this.
Yeah, 3D renderings. They did the 3D renderings in the beginning. I know they said they went back to do them. No, they already had them done. So in my opinion, most of those terabytes, yeah, you can say they're footage and stuff. But again, if they had so much footage that's damning, why wasn't he arrested a week after this happened or a couple days after this happened? That's where I'm at. If they have all this, they're sending all these terabytes, what damning evidence is terabytes where they took them so long to arrest this individual? I don't see it. Unless that Linda Lane footage is the damning evidence. I don't know.
Well, I mean, I'm really, I don't think it is. I don't think it's a Linda Lane thing.
I hope not.
But that's putting him around the area because, I know you said caste system, but the caste system, from what I was told from a bunch of people, is basically mirroring the pings. It's still going to be like his phone's off. If his phone's off or dead or whatever, the caste system is basically useless, is what I was told. So if his phone was off, like they're saying, what is his caste system really going to show? I'm asking because I don't know.
I don't either, bud. I honestly don't. I don't understand it a lot. I've been trying to read about it.
A bunch of people.
It doesn't really make a lot of sense to me at this point how they can depend on that the way they do. But again, they're still. I'm expecting in my mind, probably, and it's probably stupid of me, within that digital evidence, for them to have some form of a video that has his face on it. Something that shows a witness showing him going in and out of that. Something like that is what I'm expecting to see or hear. I probably won't. Okay. I'm okay with that. So I don't know. We might all be surprised at this point. ISP did multiple 3D scans in the beginning, Critical said.
Right.
I think there's stuff that was within the phones too. Okay. And I'm expecting that to be something within the phones, within the, between Dylan and Bethany, possibly, within the victim's phones, maybe. anything at that point. I'm expecting to see something come from that. And I think something there is going to kind of make our jaws go, oh, okay. I very possibly could be wrong. And if I am, then I'm wrong. It's fine. I'm just saying. That's what will not allow me to go and sit over in that corner with everybody and say, Brian's innocent. I don't care what you say. Leave me alone. Because I can't. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, I don't really see that. I mean, I don't see too many of those people unless it's on like that extreme Facebook page. I think it's more people that are, in the middle, but from how this is progressing, they're leaning more towards not guilty because they think it's more, how secretive this is. They're not used to this from any other case they've seen. From what people have told me, this isn't normal from what's going on here. I know Delphi isn't normal. I understand that, but what's going on here is
right.
Weird.
And Salty's right. What's up, Dinky? Good to see you, brother. Be safe out there. Salty says, even if they show me, this is what my exact thought too. Even if they show me he was driving near the home, they can show me that he parked in the flipping driveway right there in front. Until they show that he was in the house, I'm not sold on it. Okay, because
oh shit. Okay.
Because he came out of that house if he went in there and left in his car at some point and went home to his apartment and then went to his job in his office. And then he went home to his parents' house and didn't take any piece of flipping DNA from that house, from anyone. That's where that is my whole drowning point with this, okay? That's what's got me stuck.
Yeah.
So that's why I have such a hard time. But again, I'm trying to be a good citizen per se and say, okay, I'm going to listen to what the state of Idaho has to say and what their law enforcement does for, what their job is. That's the thing. And that's the other thing. So where the hell was the car?
Yeah.
Where was the car? Was it parked behind the house, in front of the house, down on the other road? Was it over by the Queen Road apartments? Where
That's
was
what
the
I've been
car?
asking. But from what they were basically, the route they showed in the beginning on how the car stopped and all that kind of stuff and stopped in front of the home for what I don't know what they said, 5-8 seconds, whatever. They're basically, to me, they were insinuating that he parked in front of the home, but that would make that would make no sense.
At one point, because they say he attempts to park or something in front of the house, and my question is, how can you see that? Unless there really is a camera across the road from that house.
There is. We saw it when Rory went to, he went back to Moscow. We had him. What are you doing here, Willie? I think my eardrum just blew. We had him to go past that building. There's 2 cameras over there. Okay, active or not, I don't know, but I'm telling you, they're right directly across it gave you a straight on shot of that entire front of that house. Okay, that's got to show something.
Well, if that's the case, then I don't think he went in through the front door. Or why wouldn't they say that in the PCA?
Well, yeah. See, that's what I'm saying, guys.
Because that's a nail in the coffin for sure. If you have him on video entering the house,
turn around or attempt to park, and then the path. Yeah, and that's the other thing. See, I've seen that myself and looked at that map. There's, as I've explained to you guys before, if you go behind the house, because again, we've all kind of been told that was the entrance exit area, possibly, right? Okay. Not 100%, but that's what we've kind of been told. Behind that house, you go up that little hill, and there's a parking area, right?
Thank you.
Go right on through over that. There's a stairwell that takes you down through and back out. So I have always thought that he very well could have parked out on that other end over there of that other road and just went straight out through the back and right down that hill and into his car and by. And who, I mean, if taking clothes off on the way down the stairs, who knows? I don't know. It was the middle of the night.
But if you're saying you need to see him, going into the house, you know that if they had something like that, that would have been in the PCA.
Not necessarily.
Why?
If they didn't need it, and it's not that I personally need to see him going in the house. I need them to show me that he was in that house somehow.
But why are you saying if they didn't need it? If they had that, the PCA would have been about 6 pages instead of 18 because that would have been what they harped on.
All they needed was the absolute minimum they needed.
But look what they put in to get the minimum, Dinky. I mean, Dago. They 18 pages of what instead of 3
I think-
pages, like you brought up, of the other
Yeah,
case that was
I know.
damning.
I told you that I think personally that my reasoning behind the reason why I think that is overwritten is because of the inexperience of the guy that wrote it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So now when a PCA is written, it's just one dude. Like there's not like a couple or.
Well, if there's other officers involved in the arrest and the situation, they refer to him like they did in that one. Officer Smith showed me this, and then I spoke to this officer about that type stuff.
Yeah, but it's still the same. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, and the one guy wrote it, and then they just refer to the other officers involved in the case to give them the pieces that they need. I'm going to show you something here in 1 second. Let me see this if I can find it. You still there, Clue?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay, I didn't know. You got quiet. Hold on a second. And I'm not trying to be a smartass. This is something I had to do, and what's her name just reminded me of it too. 1 second. Yeah, I had to do this at one point to learn myself because I didn't understand it completely. Okay. Probable cause. Okay. Reasonable grounds for making a search, pressing a charge, or etc. And simple terms, which is the one that I went to, of course. Courts usually find probable cause when there is a reasonable basis for believing that a crime may have been committed for an arrest, or when evidence of the crime is present in the place to be searched for a warrant. To be searched for a search. That was dumb the way they wrote that, but yeah. Can also justify a warrantless search or seizure. Okay. Now, the Constitution says the Fourth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution provides that the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue but upon probable cause supported by oath or affirmation. And particularly, I'm not going to go into the rest of it because it just goes on and on and on and on and on. Now, this was the other side of this. What is the difference between reasonable suspicion and probable cause? Reasonable suspicion is a step before probable cause. At the point of reasonable suspicion, it appears that a crime may have been committed by this person. Okay. The situation escalates to probable cause when it becomes obvious that a crime has been most likely committed. Okay. Now, basically, they only have to show what they need for a judge to go, okay, I guess it does look like, in layman's terms, I guess that could be him at that point, and then they can arrest him. Do you see what I'm saying? It doesn't have to be a whole hell of a lot of anything. As long as it's enough for that judge to go, okay, yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Go get him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Somebody, yes or no, so I can shut up?
I got it.
No, that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, that's
Just-
what this is all about.
Yeah.
Because I argued that point too. Like, if you got something real good on this dude, if you got like, you got him doing jumping jacks in the parking lot, coming out of the house after doing what he did on camera. Bingo. Why wouldn't you use that? Well, they don't have to.
Yeah, but so let's make an inexperienced officer's job harder from writing an 18-page PCA instead of just putting in the damning evidence. That makes
These
no
are
sense.
where, yeah, exactly. And these are the things that made Ellie look shifty to people.
So I think a lot of times what people forget is we get an arrest and there's something that comes after that, and that is a court hearing.
Right.
And when you don't give all of this info, that's when you can trip your person up in court.
So we didn't have that preliminary hearing, right?
Right. So they don't put everything in there so they have a leg to stand on when they're in front of the jury. They can possibly trip up the suspect, the accused party, if you will.
We didn't have we didn't have that preliminary hearing, so therefore we didn't get any of that. The gag order was thrown on, which multiple people have stated that the gag order has caused more problems than good in this case. We all know that too. So, and go ahead with what you were going to say, Willie.
Oh no, I was just bringing up the case, the Savannah Soda case, because what you just said, Clue, about how something follows up with it. Like, they came out and showed us everything with that. They showed us the video cam footage. They, told us they found the gun in the house. They arrested other people. They were very transparent through all of that.
So you know where they were killed?
Huh?
You know where they were killed then?
Do I know where they were killed?
Yeah.
Nope.
My point is anybody questioning?
I'm just saying.
My point is, is anybody questioning that it wasn't him?
Well, not at this point, no, because that was good police work right on top of it. Bing, bang, boom.
Exactly, because they came out and told us they found this, they found that, but yet here we're just assuming they have the damning evidence that they didn't want to put in the PCA because they want to hold the cards close to them. Why? They're going to have to present it eventually. They're going to have to hand it over. It's not like they can hold it forever.
It's a much more complex case, though, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like it's like an apple and orange.
That one is, that's so much easier.
I'm just talking about information. That's all I'm talking about.
Yeah, in fairness to what Willie's saying, I think the only reason there's a difference in the two cases is because the PCA in one makes sense and in the other one it doesn't.
That's not true. I in all fairness, if you don't look at this PCA from the perspective that he is innocent, if you just look at it and read it, there in this PCA, if I'm a judge and I'm reading this, okay, go get the guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not trying to be funny, but then when you look closer into it and you start to put things together, it's like, well, maybe not. Does that make sense?
It does, because I did the same thing. I did the same thing.
I'm just saying, there's not a bunch of channels going live about that case anymore like they were. That's all I'm saying.
It's just this, again, there's a gag order on this case. There was no gag order on that case. And that was a lot more cut and dry than this was, too. I mean, it was pretty much like.
Yeah, but you have, but they initiated that search warrant before there was a gag order, correct? So if that first item on that list was a knife, you don't think they were going to come out and tell the public they found the murder weapon? They would have. They flat out would have.
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Okay.
That's just an opinion, but I don't know. By the way I've seen things done, I think they would have held that.
Yeah, I do too.
Well, I mean, in fairness to that point, we didn't know. I don't remember when exactly we knew about the buccal swab. But I mean, that after the gag order was in place.
That was when they did the search
warrant.
Right, but I know that's when they did it, but I don't remember that coming out between that day and the day the gag order was put into place, because the gag order was pretty much instant.
I think the only reason I get upset at the gag order is because I'm nosy as hell and I want to know everything. But do I think it was probably the right case in this instance?
Thank you, Kelly.
In this case, I absolutely do. It garnered so much attention that making sure there was a fair trial should have over or exceeded the public's curiosity and for people like me who are just nosy. If that makes any sense.
It does.
I don't want there to be a gag order. I want everybody to be talking. You know what I mean? But it's not fair to all the parties involved, the victims and or the defendant, if all this information is just getting put out there into the atmosphere. You know what I mean?
Salty says we forget how smart the suspect actually is. Looking into the possibility of that isn't favorable everywhere. Right. That's a good point too. It makes sense. I mean, like I said, it all goes back to probable cause. And I think because did Eddie drop? Yeah, he did. The PCA was overwritten and there were mistakes made at the crime scene in the beginning. Period. That the crime scene was destroyed. We all know that. No matter what anybody says, that's a fact.
Dago asked for that.
Oh, you are? I can't
Literally
see.
destroyed.
Where are you?
Willie.
I'm saying.
Oh, are you underneath the thing there? Maybe you're just in the background. Okay. Oh, there he is. I see you. Sorry. Anyway, so that happened. The fact that the PCA is overwritten, and there's a lot of smart people out here that look at every detail of it and they're going, well, why is this like that? Why did this happen? Why didn't they do that? Why did Mabbott say this? Why was she even involved? Why did she not come till 5 o'clock? All of these little things, guys, that we've been looking at for a year makes everybody go, I don't know about this. But then when they dropped everything from the defense and said there's not one bit of DNA from that crime scene on anything this man owns, my brain sucked itself back into my head and said, dude, how do you even remotely look at him as being guilty now? To myself, okay? How is that possible? How is that even remotely possible? Okay, then people came. Well, he used a murder kit or whatever the hell that was called. He did this, he did that. Okay, I get you, but it still doesn't make sense to me. That's a good point, and that's been stated in multiple areas too. Salty just said, I saw that. That profiling this suspect is frowned upon. Even the possibility makes people crazy. Facts. Waving
Nancy Grace pushed all her chips on his car. She said that they were going to find everything in there. Everything.
Everybody did. Everybody said that's a petri dish, a mobile petri dish. Okay, let's see it, and nothing. How is that possible? Believe me, all the wind was let out of my sails too. I really expected that car to be covered in their DNA. I did. Okay. I did. I was like, bring it on. Let's hear it. And when there was nothing, I was like, what the hell? How?
I told everybody it was going to be nothing, dude. Everybody wanted to fight with me. I'm like, okay.
I mean, I don't care. I'm not trying to take anything. It doesn't matter where I got it.
But what you said is when people were saying, oh, if it comes back that there's nothing in this car, we're going to, I'm going to change my opinion. But then they made an excuse for it, like Nancy.
I get it. Well, Nancy's a different.
I like that hat, dude.
I figured you would.
Where'd you get that?
Alabama.
Oh, shit.
I have family down there. They send me this shit.
Dude, did you ever go to Walmart down there? Oh, it's fitted too. Shit.
Yeah. That's the only kind of hats I wear.
I go to Walmart every day if I live in Alabama.
Yeah, they have a lot of stuff. A lot of nice stuff.
Oh my God,
and it's got that extra Walmart prices. So yeah, I mean, it's been a struggle all the way around. And like I said, in the very beginning, when I started doubting the PCA, I let myself get out of control. I was heading in the direction that Brian's nothing but innocent, okay? But I had to reel myself back in and say, wait a minute, dude, like this doesn't make sense. Why did they not arrested anybody else?
Not me.
Well,
not me. I don't know why from the beginning it was like I don't think this guy did it. I don't know why. You remember, like I woke up and I was like, they arrested someone, and when I saw him, I was like, what? Like,
I doubted that. Yeah, when I first saw him, the look of him, I doubted. But like
when I heard it, I was like, well, Brian must have snapped because that's not the dude I remembered.
And I didn't even think to look at anything else. They got the guy. We're done. Okay, let's do this. And then we started getting things and reading things, and things started going weird. And it's like, why is this that way? And why did this not happen? And wait a minute.
I know why now. Because for me, I heard this story in my mind immediately. I don't know why. I'm sure I'm the only person judged on what people were saying when they would leave comments, but immediately I jumped to Dylan or their roommates, both of them, right? And then when I saw this guy, I'm like, well, shit, if I'm not mistaken, like that one is just the size of him. You know what I mean? Like equally, probably, maybe as strong. I don't know. But I don't know. I feel like anyone who's had years in this as a detective or cop, whatever, I don't know why you wouldn't roll up to that house, see these two alive, and they'd be more suspect in your head.
Yeah, I agree. And that's why, again, me and you can agree that if they were both males, they would have been suspect in their head.
500,000%.
I get shit for saying that, but I don't give a hell. It's the truth. Now, But on the other side, and that's why, with the other case, I said, if we're going to get, if we're going to give Dylan shit, we have to look into that other guy that waited 2 days because, and I know it's two completely different scenarios, but, people can make a lot of excuses for what Dylan did. None of them really make sense. Same thing for the other guy. It's just a fact of why, and I think it was Harsh. I think Harsh went, he does videos and stuff. This morning he was talking about the questions I've been asking Dago, which is why didn't she go get Haley and Maddie upstairs,
Yes.
for help, or you know what I mean?
100%. And you know what's crazy? I can't help but see a pattern. I saw another one last night. It seems like anytime it is somebody involved in some stuff like this and their first call is not 911, they are always a guilty party. So far, we have Sarah Boone. Didn't call 911. She called her ex-husband.
Amen.
And who was the other one? It's
The
3 of
Christopher
them.
guy called his dad, right?
The one I saw last night was that Instagram model. Turns out she called her mama and not 911. If the first call you make when something suspicious is at your house, even in the middle of the night, or I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, wait till in the morning. But if something is suspect to you in your home and you don't call the police, something is suspect about you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was muted.
Well, especially when you if she stumbled upon it and called somebody else over instead of. Again, I don't believe that she just called him over because she couldn't get in the door. I'm sorry.
Me too, because that girl could have opened that door. Her and Bethany both leaning against that door could have opened that door.
But that's what I mean. Okay, say her and Bethany, try to open it. Oh, let's go get Kaylee and Maddie to help us. Oh my God, call 911. Why didn't that happen?
Maybe that did happen and we're just not hearing about it. Maybe they did go and they did see, and that's why they ran and got other people because they didn't know what to do at that point. You know what I'm saying? I told you guys before, I've always doubted the way that she's put her information out there. That's just me, though.
Wait. I just want to understand what you just said there, Dago. You said maybe they did go upstairs and see. And say that again.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I said we don't know though. Maybe they did because I've always doubted her statement. I said maybe they did go and saw something and said, "Oh, what the hell?" And they took off and they went and got other people because they didn't know what to do at that point.
And the phone call for an unconscious person resulted still?
Sure.
What?
Guys, we don't know anything at this point. That's why I'm saying anything we say or do, it's not going to matter. They could have seen that. I don't think they did. I'm just saying it's a how can I explain it? Like a what if moment is all I'm saying. Okay. Anything could be possible. All of this could completely change when we get to the trial, and everybody's going to go, "What the hell?"
But she can't. But she can't go back on what she had already said. That's in the PCA, correct?
She can say that she was. She can say she was in shock and didn't say it the right way or something. Anything can happen. I'm not saying it will. I'm just saying. I've seen crazier things. I don't know. Okay, at that point, I don't know. Okay. And I have speculated so much on this to try to make it more reasonable for myself to understand, I guess. But it's just at the end of the day, all I care about anymore with this, which is all I've ever cared about, is that true justice happened. That Brian Koberger did this, that he gets the fries for it, end of story. And if he didn't, then they prove that he didn't, and he doesn't face the firing line. That's what I care about at this point, and that those families get true justice for the loss of their children, and some form of something that they can walk away with at the end of this. That's what I hope for. Okay. But all day long we can talk about it, and it hasn't changed anything yet because we haven't had that trial, and that's what I'm so highly irritated about, was that we're waiting so long to get to this point. You know what I'm saying? Anything could have happened. Anything could have happened.
Well, I think by now with the gag order, though, we would have known everything and not still be harping on it. But
I think the gag order was a huge mistake. I think they thought they were going to put that into effect, and it was going to make everything quiet down and everything was going to go away. When in essence, it blew it up backwards. Okay.
Little did they know.
I almost think there'd be more rumors if the gag order wasn't in place.
Why?
Well, we know more.
I mean, we might know more. You know what I mean?
That's true too. I see.
Like I'm telling you, I think there would be more rumors if this gag order was not there.
No, that's probably a good point, because if you think about the way Delphi, right, and I don't know much about it, but I know what little bit I have heard. I hear a bunch of rumors. You look at Karen Reed, and there's a bunch of rumors. You look at this case, there are rumors, but there's more wild theories and speculation than rumors.
Yes, that's in Delphi. The stuff in Delphi, that's not rumor. Most of that's true shit. That's the sad part with that case. Okay.
Well, but what I was getting at is,
I know what you mean, though. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
When this trial happens every day, every time there's testimony, there's going to be new rumors, new speculation, because there's going to be a lot of new information coming out and coming at everybody real fast.
Yeah. That makes sense. It makes sense.
And I think more people could possibly be put in the line of fire.
Yeah.
In terms of maybe they actually had something to do with it. So somebody just said rumor about Bethany seeing a naked man, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, say somebody comes out who knows Bethany or is close to the case, whatever, what have you. They come out and say, that is not true. She never said that. Well, that could lead to the potential of people saying, well, why is this person saying she didn't say that? That's suspect. If she said it, she said it. What's wrong with you? You know what I mean?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. That makes sense too. Like I said, guys, I'm not trying to sound shitty. I'm just I'm beyond frustrated with the fact that we don't know anything, and that and I get we're not supposed to, but I want to know. I want to know now. I don't have patience. And it's been over a year now, and like I figured at some point we should know a little bit. You know what I mean?
Well, that's the only reason I said that, because, in the Karen Reed case, her lawyers came out of there and they basically flat out blamed the cops and, right to the media's face. And all I'm saying is, maybe his attorneys would be able to speak on, hey, listen, their damning evidence is, the touch DNA on the sheath. And then we would know what their damning evidence is, because the defense would have no, they'd want to tell us they don't have, anything on them, but they can't talk. They can't say anything.
Well, let me clarify something with I see a few people's comments, and I hope they didn't take me the wrong way. One of the main reasons why I have argued this, the only thing that I argue mostly, is that he is innocent till proven guilty, and he hasn't been with nobody has been. Okay, especially in Delphi, Karen Reed. This case here, he was found guilty by media, in my opinion. Already, Brian was. Okay, so what I'm saying is, I absolutely believe in the Constitution. He should be treated, every case should be treated innocent until proven guilty. And a lot of them aren't being. And that's what my biggest issue with this case was that if he was arrested in a way that he shouldn't have been, that's unconstitutional. Okay. That's where this whole thing for me started. And that's what I'm on board with. That's big, just like Sarge. That's really mostly, like Sarge has always said, whether he did it or not, the way he was arrested is very questionable. And I have issues with it. And that's where that came from, too. That's where my biggest thing was. That's when I started looking into more of it. And I doubted a lot of things at that point then. So that's where my issues came from.
I have a question, Daho, for you, because you would know.
Sick of answering your damn questions. What the hell? I'm just kidding.
When did Delphi happen?
6 years ago.
So I'm curious, in regards to these cases, like, what's the difference? Because you say that you're just sick that hasn't been to trial.
There's a whole bunch of difference with this one. I don't know how you probably haven't followed Delphi a lot, right?
Right.
Yeah. Listen, if you want to look, you weren't in here when I was covering it, and I will be bringing more of it up. Delphi, when I got into Delphi, I didn't follow that case from the beginning. Okay. I remember seeing it years ago when it happened, and then it just, I wasn't doing this then, so I didn't really do this then. So moving forward, when they arrested him, I'm thinking the same thing I thought with Brian. Okay, great, they finally got somebody. That's awesome. Here we go. Wrong. So the PCA for Delphi is a joke. You know what they've arrested him on, right? I think you were here for that. the reason why Richard Allen got arrested. We know what that's all about. Okay. It's stupid. It took them 5 years to make an arrest. That was one big thing. And they knew about, there were 3 officers that were investigating this the whole time. The odorness side to it was being looked at, all of that stuff. And it was all brushed to the side in layman's terms, all of that stuff.
Right.
So that was, hey kitty, what's up? Say hi real quick.
Hi. Hello.
Go ahead, kiddo. I love you. So all of those things, and you want to talk about a PCA being Swiss cheese. Delphi's PCA is Swiss cheese and then some. Okay.
Yeah. But the judge hates him, so he's screwed.
That too. Okay.
Yeah.
It seems that way. It seems that way. That she absolutely
And
has.
she hates his attorneys.
Again. Like I said, that case right there is absolutely on the other side of the spectrum as compared to Idaho. You look at the two defendants. Brian comes walking out looking like $1 million, smiling, and he looks fed, and he looks better than he did when he got arrested. We got Richard Allen, the Walking Dead, that comes walking through, being drugged through the courtroom by 12 different people.
That's because he's in a state prison, and Brian Koberger's in a jail with like 3 people.
Right. All these differences are insane. It's horrible. So that's what I'm talking about. It's just not, none of it's right. And that's why I'm so different with Delphi than I am with the Idaho case. I still feel that there's some mistakes that were made in Idaho for sure. And I want to make sure that Brian did this before he gets put in front of a firing squad. That's all. And I also at the same time want true justice for the victims and their families. That's the biggest part of that. Because if Brian Koberger did it, then he gets what he gets.
Right.
But if he didn't, we're going to lose another life for no reason. If it's not done the correct way, is all I'm saying. That's all I care about in that essence with that case. And in the other one, I've never seen anything, nor did I ever imagine I would ever see anything like what is going on in Delphi. Ever. You would never imagine this if we hadn't gotten into doing what we do. And I know everybody on this panel can say the same thing. Would have ever imagined seeing a suspect to a crime treated that way, 1, and 2, all of the stupid shit that we've looked at and seen and heard through this crime ever. Because I never have. I don't think we ever will after this.
I can agree with that.
It's insane. It's absolutely insane. But that's why they weigh so much different to me. And Karen Reed's case, I mean, like you asked me a question, Clue, and I had to be honest when I answered it. When you said, looking at Karen Reed's PCA, would you convict her or not? Or charge her or not? And I said, yeah, I would think she was guilty. Looking at the PCA. But then you got everything on the outlying side of that case that makes you go, wait a minute, what? You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, there's a lot of things on this one that are like, wait, how is this, that doesn't fit. So, yeah, absolutely. Now, the one thing that I've always challenged myself with in Idaho, you guys, and a lot of people argue with me, that it can be done. I spoke to somebody that I'm very close to, that I've known a long time, that was military special forces, that is a martial arts expert teacher, retired law enforcement and military. And he's, from the very beginning when I showed him, he set my mind in one motion with that. The fact that Brian Koberger couldn't have done this by himself. Okay. And a lot of people are like, you're crazy. He sure as hell could have, this, that, and everything else. What are you doing?
I couldn't have.
I think he could have.
3 minutes? No way.
What do you mean 3 minutes? It wasn't
417 to 417 to 420. Can't tell me anything different.
Well, okay, that's your. I got
over here, but
based on what they're saying in the PCA was from.
Say it.
What time was it in the PCA again?
4:17.
4:05.
4:17 is when the dog started barking, or they heard the dog barking and a thump. So, I mean.
So they hear commotion at 4:17, yet his ass is on camera at 4:20 speeding away. Oh, he's Superman.
I mean, Lana was just in Moscow, and the first apartment she got to, when she got up the stairs, you heard what? A dog barking? I mean,
right.
I'm not even going to say that dog
So why put in the PCA then? So if it's irrelevant, why put that specific audio in the PCA if it's not relevant to the case and what's going on?
Well, I think it implies
Yeah.
the time frame, right?
Yeah.
It's not solidified. They're not saying this is 100% the case. They're saying this is the evidence we've put together that leads us to believe this is
Based
to be
based
arrested.
on whose phone records?
What?
Well, and
Based-
I'm not saying that. I'm just addressing the point about the audio.
What? They're basing it on Dylan's phone records. That's where their
No,
timeline's
they
coming
base
from.
it on Dylan and Bethany's phone records.
Well, yeah, but one of them obviously didn't see or hear anything, and one of them saw the perpetrator. So I'm just talking about Dylan right now. So her phone, they based timeline around Dylan. 4 o'clock, she woke up this time. I mean, that's where they're getting this.
I mean, that's not true. They also talk about him being on video entering the neighborhood. So it's not, the timeline is not just based on
A
phone
car.
records to me, but I could be
So
wrong.
how would the timeline be 4 to 4:25? The murders occurred, but he's not even in there for 5 minutes between 4:20 and 4:25. So again,
That part, I can't give you an answer for unless it's just a generalized broad statement, which is
Right.
kind of stupid, but
Well,
that's
what
why
I
are they so tedious with every other time, but they're careless with that one? That doesn't. It's weird how
really,
they have it
you
one
think
way.
they're tedious with times?
Huh?
You think they're tedious with times? Like, we were just looking back over the PCA today, and it's like
Oh yeah.
Bethany saw them from approximately 9 o'clock to approximately 1:45.
No,
The
I'm talking
only
about when
times
they're
that they are tedious on are when he's on
the
camera
cars.
in that
Exactly.
car.
That's what I'm talking about. They're very tedious with times there, but not tedious on times where the murders are happening.
Well, think about it this way. Hold on. Think about it this way. Okay. If they don't have him parking that car, you then have to assume, based on Dylan's statements and when he entered the neighborhood, that it's got to be within a certain time frame. But they can't be specific because they don't know exactly what time he entered the house. Does that make sense?
No, but they know exactly what time the DoorDash got there. That's what they will know, correct? From speaking to that person and looking at,
Oh, you
because
would hope
I think they
so.
have to. Yeah, but when you drop something off or hand to a person, it doesn't something happen on the DoorDash system that shows it was delivered at
It
that time?
should, yeah, it should have like a delivery notification or whatever.
So
I don't
that's
know.
what I want to. So I know they say 4 o'clock, but was it like you said? Is that just a generalized time? Was it 4:02? Was it 4:03? And then Brian's trying to park outside of the house and sneak in at 4:05.
Right,
Like I
because
said,
they say at approximately 4, or right around 4 a.m., I think is what they say. She got a DoorDash.
yeah,
Mhm.
but she says it. I think Salty knows because she's done it. They will know the exact time when they're at trial. I think when it was exactly made. I mean, I don't know why they wouldn't put that out at this point. Probably because it's not that important to them. But during trial, they have to know exact times, don't they?
They should, yeah. If they can get that information, they better come with it, is all I'm saying.
Right.
I appreciate
And
the conversation. I got to hop down, Dago. I just have one thing to say because ever since you've been talking about the case with the Kansas City fans, I thought about one small little detail I just want to bring up, and then I'm gonna hop down.
Yeah.
When you guys told me, what obviously these guys were found outside, which means if they were inside the home, they eventually ran outside for either to get air or for some reason they ran outside.
Yeah.
Here's my question: the person who came to the house before they called the cops, why weren't they able to just walk directly into the door? That means that somebody would have had to lock the door after those gentlemen went outside, correct?
If she tried it, yeah, that makes sense. I thought about that the other day too.
Okay,
But
yeah, I
wasn't
thought.
it something saying she couldn't get in the back? Because we were kind of like wondering how she didn't see the people. It's assumed she couldn't get in the back gate.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what I
But I
thought.
heard she broke a window. So my thing is the first thing you would try to do is try to walk up to the front door and open it, right?
Yeah.
So if the door
Well,
is locked, that means that he was coherent enough to lock the door after his friends ran out and whatever.
Well, I think that the front door was probably locked. Okay, but they came back. The friends came back, according to what he stated, and they were in the house while he was sleeping. Supposedly, I still don't think it. Whatever, but Something happened, and they decided to go out the back door to the backyard. I think that they couldn't come back in. I think that door was unlocked. The slider was unlocked and all that other stuff. I think that what happened to them, the incident itself, as they got outside, is what prevented them from coming back inside. They were stopped at that point outside. They couldn't move anymore.
Now, do we know? Like, I don't know how much information they gave, but do we know if any of them had their phones on them? Like, did all of them have their phones on them? Did one of them?
There's rumors going around that the phones and wallets and keys were left inside. That's a rumor because there's nothing that has proven that anywhere yet. So
Okay. And the reason I'm asking is because you figure, family and friends are trying to call them off the hook,
Yeah.
and that phone's,
Yeah.
you have 3 phones going off.
Understand something, and I don't know if this is what happened. I'm just going by an experience from what I've seen, what I've interacted with, and what I've dealt with. Say, for instance, these guys had a prominent cardiac event, okay, which is
Yeah.
a full, like a heart attack, okay,
Mhm.
full deal cardiac arrest. You can't use a phone, you can't talk, you can't move. End of story. You can't breathe. If that's what happened, that explains why they didn't try to come back in the house. If they had phones, why they didn't try to use them. If they were outside and couldn't scream for somebody, because if that's what happened, no, there's nothing. There's no reaction from a body. Okay, they can put a hand up maybe, or try to speak or say something, but you're not doing it. It's just it just doesn't happen, bud. And that's what I'm at this point. That's where my mind takes me to with that scenario. Go ahead, Clue.
I only assume that their phones were on them. And again, this is an assumption because the odds of all 3 of them having their phone on silent and that guy wouldn't hear for like 2 days, their phones going off in his house.
Very possible. Victoria just said muted their phones during the game, forgot to unmute them. I've done that before.
But all of
And-
you, like I could see 1, maybe 2.
Like I said, all 3 of them were symmetrical. They all turned their phones down. They all died at the same time. They all went like it's amazing.
Well, let me add to that. The game time was 3 p.m. Central Time,
I took it off.
and it was over 3 hours later, approximately. And what time did they get to the house? 7 p.m.
Yeah, something 7 or 7:30. I can't remember.
Oh boy, nothing nefarious though.
Oh, do I?
I can't wait to hear more from that 5th person.
Yeah,
From what I heard, the dude's dogs were there.
Oh,
what
I
I heard.
heard that too.
me
From
too.
what I heard.
I have to. And so what? You didn't let your dogs out for 2 days?
Yeah, exactly. They weren't crying. They weren't begging to go out. They weren't shitting on your floor. They weren't pissing everywhere. Get out of here. I'm not believing this scientist.
Here's the thing: if these dogs were at home, and he was letting them out, he would have had to go look for them if there was 3 guys outside, because the dogs would have been drawn to them. When he called them to come back in, unless they're really super good dogs, they'd have stayed out there sniffing these other guys. Okay.
I agree
Well,
with
don't
that.
they like drag bodies? Like, don't dogs like tug at? I don't know.
Listen, Lassie. Not every dog is like Lassie, bro.
I don't know, bro. Listen, man. If if a dog went outside to a backyard and they see 2 living things laying there, dogs can sense death like very easily.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. No, I'm not saying I don't know what kind of dogs, how they're trained. Some dogs are trained really well. Some dogs have that natural instinct to do stuff like that. And we did hear at some point that from his greaseball attorney that the dogs were at his dad's house. So
yeah, but he's just here. Yeah, but he's going by what his client's telling him. But now you have a 5th guy saying no, the dogs were there.
Yeah.
Right.
So who are we going to believe? The greaseball attorney or the 5th dude who was in the frickin' house?
I mean,
I don't know.
to be fair, the 5th dude could just be trying to make him look guilty.
That's what I'm saying. I hope they both have to answer to, all these questions and stuff, because right now it's nothing.
What if the 5th dude brought something into the house that caused what happened?
That's
Very possible.
That's what I think possibly
You know what I
happened.
mean?
So you think maybe he's saying this to deter the spotlight off him?
Very
Right?
possible.
Because
Very
think about it. What reason I could see the homeowner getting an attorney? What reason on God's green earth do you have to lawyer up?
Thank you. Thank you very much. And why have you not come forward yet to the families, to anybody, and to the news and said, hey, by the way, my name is Alex Lee. I was at the house that night. When I left, they were watching Jeopardy, so on and so forth. My condolences to the families. I'm so sorry for this. They were wonderful guys, my friends. Have a nice day.
Yeah,
None of that.
You've already admitted that you're close with them because you said the families were texting and calling you.
Mm-hmm.
Bingo. See, I don't trust that dude. I don't trust him at all. I don't trust him. I don't trust Willis, and I don't trust his attorney, because I'm telling you, they both knew what happened. Okay, that's my opinion.
Well, I mean, somebody's going to jail. Somebody going to damn jail. That's all I know. One of them are going to jail.
If he does, I think it's going to be for not contacting police when he should have.
Well, no, I mean either him or the fifth guy. I'm saying one of them.
Maybe, maybe if it comes out to be, and I do think that they need to, once they get toxicology or autopsy, I think they need to do blood tests on everybody at that point, and they need to test those guys too, just because. I know that's dumb, but that's my opinion.
I have a question for you, Daho, or everybody, or actually everybody here, because somebody said last night that fentanyl is out of your system in 36 hours. So my question is, if somebody passes away, okay, from an overdose or whatever, poison or anything, and they're not found, say for a week or 2 weeks, can they still depict, like?
Yeah,
they can.
There's still traces that they can.
Yeah.
Find of it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. See, I didn't know how that works.
Based on like what happens with your heart, if you have a heart, like a cardiac incident or something like that, they can kind of like deduct certain things to make you understand it. What's up, Tommy? Good to see you, bud. Gotcha. Things like that to make you understand it, but there'll be traces of it. Okay, not the full-blown tox result from it, but some traces of it.
Okay.
In fact, I'll show you.
I just didn't know how that worked, because I figure if your body's not,
let me show you something real quick here.
Sweating
I was going to pull this up the other night, and I didn't. You're going to have other symptoms your body's going to show too that are going to happen to your body from this. 1 second here.
Clue, did you get my email with everything? Did it go through?
Let me look.
Okay, it was I did a forward thing, so I don't.
Okay.
Make sure. Yeah. It's amazing. I even know how to send an email.
I have it.
You got them? Okay, cool.
Did you look any of that over yet, Clue?
I didn't even know it was in there.
That's crazy. I'm telling you, I think we all need to do it together, because it's wrong.
So you think so, man? Because me and you haven't really told me what you
think.
Dude,
I was typing it in the chat last night because you guys were talking about it. To me, I made a statement. Okay. They said that she hung herself and unalived herself, right? Okay. And I don't mean to bring up nothing bad to upset you, brother. You know I'm on your side, man. Strangulation can present itself differently in different circumstances, if that makes it like if you were to hanging can present itself differently when there's no suspension involved. Does that make sense to you? If you're not suspended in the air and there's no body weight pulling down from the air that way, it can present itself in a different way, if that makes any sense to you.
Yeah.
Okay. It can almost look as if what's up, Walt? Good to see you. Like
what case is this that we're talking about?
Willie's mother's death.
There it is.
It's civil right now, but it's all just not adding up in my opinion.
It's a bad case, Eddie. There's a lot of bad crap with this one. So the average time for fentanyl to leave the body, according to urine, urine tests would be at maximum 7 days. Okay. However, fentanyl byproducts were still were still detectable for up to 14 days on average. Like I said, there'd be remnants of it, pieces of it. It's still going to be able to have traces of it available. It seems that fentanyl is not rapidly removed from the body. Levels were made stable between 2 and 5 days. That's where the 36 hours comes into effect. Okay. With more substantial removal starting day 6 is when it's completely removing itself from your body. So in turn, they'll still be able to find traces of it. So that was another thing I was going to bring to your attention about your daughter's mother's case too.
Mhm.
And then I also have another feeling because of the bruising on the legs and
that's.
face and things like that. And again,
Does that make sense to you that like somebody would like try it, fail, and then like just do it again, right? You know, like walk
they
back
do
to the
not
cell.
they do not leave them alone at that point. And if they do, they're wearing the turtle suit, and they're typically around here at least, because we've had to respond to multiple within the jail, like self-unaliving attempts, if you know what I'm saying.
Mhm.
As ambulance companies and stuff like that, we've had to respond to the jail to transport to the hospital and stuff like that too.
Mhm.
They don't leave. She wouldn't have been left alone to go into the shower by herself.
She was.
That's
That's what
I'm
they're claiming.
Bullshit. It's bullshit. That's why I
Mhm.
want to cover this so bad. It's bullshit. And then
they're saying not they didn't have one female guard on duty that shift. Like what is that?
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's a joke. That's a joke. Okay, that's dude. I looked up Pennsylvania jail and prison deaths. Whoa,
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's bad.
bro, it's bad. I mean, I was going through it for hours.
Yeah.
There's some dude in there. I can't remember his name right now, but he had hypothermia twice in his own cell. How do you?
Yeah, how did that even happen?
Right. There's another dude that was in.
How about the dude that slipped and he slipped and a pot of boiling water went on him? Get out!
Yeah, I saw that.
I read that story. There's a guy that got eaten. That one wasn't in Pennsylvania, but it was another one. He got eaten alive by bed bugs and cockroaches.
I saw that.
What?
I don't remember where it was, but I was just like, ugh.
And then they showed the picture of it. Hold on a second.
So they have a history of just writing it off as whatever they want to
natural causes.
Lessen the investigation.
What they do is they called them in the article I was reading. They hide them per se.
Yeah.
Hidden deaths in that article, right? What they do is they'll place it out here as one thing, for instance, with your daughter's mother, and it's actually something else. Okay, and understand that it's real easy to get fentanyl in prison and or jail.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's easier to get some of that stuff in jail or in prison than it is on the street.
Yeah, half the time the guards are bringing it in.
Right, and like a hanging in a jail setting, like a county jail, for instance, the only way possible to do that in there, based on the way the cells are set up, from what I saw and responded to, is they have a tendency to stand their beds up on end because it's the biggest thing in the cell. There's nowhere to hang anything from. And then they'll take a sheet, their own bed sheet, they tie it around themselves, and then they fall down and lay there until it's done. That's the only way that they can do that in Ohio here in our cells.
Yeah.
They'll stand there.
And they're trying to say that now Molly sent me a good question about because they described the article that she used to do it. And from what I remember, the blankets they give you, I mean, you can't really, to make a perfect knot like that, okay, and then them saying that she attempted on a shower hook and then the shower hook broke. What, the second shower hook kept her body up for 4 hours? And she wasn't even, and here's the saddest part about this, dude. She wasn't even found by the fucking COs. She was found by the inmates. That means they found her at shower time the next morning.
That's what told me that right there in itself, knowing, because I looked up the ruling on that, the rules too, right? A suicidal patient is watched nonstop. They're not going to allow someone that attempted suicide to go in the shower by herself. Period. Okay.
Well, my question is, so like she went to the shower room, right? And she tried and it didn't work.
Then she walked back.
She walked back.
That's what they're saying.
She wouldn't have been in the shower again like that, Willie.
But that's what, if she didn't go in suicidal, they would have no reason to watch her.
But that's what I'm saying. But they're saying they had no they're saying they had no female guards on duty. So what they're basically gauging this off of is what they're seeing from footage. That means that nobody saw her walk to the shower, hear a thump, and hear a hook, in the middle of the freaking night, and then this woman walked back to her cell bleeding profusely from the face, then gets whatever, she composes herself in her cell, then walks back into the same shower room, and then is successful without anybody seeing it.
No. What time of night did this happen again, Willie?
I believe it was between like 2 and 3, and then she was found around like 6.
They locked down.
That's what I was thinking.
They're supposed to be locked down.
Because
Something
you're
is
supposed to
wrong.
have a bathroom in your cell.
They send them. Thank you. If you're talking to me, Telly, thank you. They're locked down overnight, bro. When they go to bed, There's lights out, even in the prisons. There's lights out at a certain time.
Trust me, I know. I was in a joint before my daughter was born for like a month. So I know how this shit works, and like how they're saying it. It's like
You're not allowed.
People they had free roam. Wait, they had free roam to just do whatever they want all night with no supervision.
No, you're not allowed to go near the showers at that time of night. Because you can go in there and you can use drugs or use a cell phone or do or smoke. They don't allow that. Yeah. Well,
like
it's a lie.
Again, man, you gotta understand. It's been 2 years, and at this point, it's like I just want the answers. I'm past the whole being upset thing. I'm pissed now because again, it's her parents are the ones that I have a great relationship with. Okay, and they picked a relationship with my daughter over their daughter because she got, obviously I told you she got involved in the drugs, and so I have a great relationship with her parents. So to hear her mother crying, about how this isn't making sense to her, and she doesn't know shit about true crime or nothing, that's what just angered me so much to look into, because she just sent me all this paperwork, a week or so ago, because the case just, I guess, the lawyer was gathering all the information, and then bang, it hit the papers, and then that's when, she got the whole investigation report and all that kind of shit that she sent me, and I'm just like, this isn't making sense to me either. So that's why I wanted to see if it made sense to you guys, when it sounds like it doesn't.
Wait till you read into it, Clue. You'll see it. Like, I mean, it gets deeper and deeper, and at that point is when I went and looked up, if this is a regularity in Pennsylvania jails and prisons, and it's a lot. There's a lot. If you didn't see that article, there's a lot.
So, and what they do is they just pay a couple $1 million. Like, I know my daughter will get paid. That's not the point here. Okay. The point is, it's like, when is enough enough? If something nefarious did happen, why can't there just be a true investigation? If a couple of COs fucked up, okay, kick them out, let them go. Like, just admit that something happened. Don't just say it was a suicide and then contradict it with all these details. Like, I don't know, man. It's sad.
Hi, Willie. Can you hear me?
No, you sound like you're in a
Not really.
And we're doing this? It worked fine on Dinky. Hold on.
Brian's funny.
I'm so glad y'all said that to him, because when I say it, he thinks I'm lying, and I'm like, dude, you sound like you're underwater.
I told him already. It sounds like he's yelling to us from the toilet. Like he has his laptop.
Do you know if she had any problems with any of the other inmates, Willie?
Well, from what I was told, they said she was only in for a couple days. So,
did she know anybody that you know of that she might have known in there or owed something to in there?
Yeah. So like I said, the drug stuff took her into, knowing bad people, and so that's why the 2 or 3 people that were interviewed think that she didn't hang herself. Like, I don't know if you saw those interviews yet, but like they said, I
didn't get through all of it, but I read enough of it to go, hell no, this ain't right.
And there's a couple people that the attorney has tried contacted them back, but then as soon as they found out what it was about, they went ghost. So
that's why you got to go stealth mode.
I know. I'm sorry, Felicity. I thought you were off on. Hold on a minute. My apologies. And
an attorney can't go stealth mode. I went stealth mode on the CO because when I saw the name, I realized I went to school with this person who signed off that she was in her room. I don't know, 3 times, 5 times, or whatever the hell he said. But my question is, why do they have a male guard in a woman's pod walking around doing checks?
That's what I was gonna say. Like, it could be a simple situation of Like they really may have not shut down that bathroom that night or locked them down because there wasn't a female CO, but that seems really unlikely. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I know that they're like here, our women's pods do have male COs, but they're supposed to have at least one female CO
Right.
for specific reasons. And if there was not even one on duty, that's a problem, bro. Okay.
Yeah. And they say it. They say it. I didn't say there's no. They say there was no female guards on duty. Like what the hell does that even mean?
Better now.
If there's
No.
shortages on staff shortages and stuff like that, I get it, but they're not able to do certain like checks and things without having a female there to do it. So
exactly,
we don't
the
do
only
those.
female I saw when I was in there was like the nurse. Like if but you would have to be like taken down to the
right,
basically like the nurse's office, if you want to call it, and that's where the women were. There was never women guards, you know what I mean? Like that's where shit starts happening. You're telling me you have a guy in a women's pod that's just walking around doing 5 checks at 2, 3, 4, 5 in the morning, and yet he's checking off she's in her cell every freaking time, yet she's hanging.
Willie,
so why didn't he see anything? Why didn't he see blood on the floor? These are the questions I wanted to ask him, but I knew it would have scared him away. But then as soon as the case went public, he shut up. Brian, I can't hear anything you're saying, but
it's really, really muffled, Brian.
Oh, it only happens on this channel. I was fine, Dingy. Okay.
Hold on, let me check something. It sounds like you're far away from your mic. That's all.
No, I'm right on there, and I was with Dinky 2 nights ago, fine for hours.
Hold on a minute.
It's the same setup on my end. No problem.
Now say something now. Say something now.
It's all the same setup.
It just sounds like you're further away. That's all.
Yeah, I agree, Harlot.
Well, no, Willie is very impatient without Clifford.
Very what?
It just drives Willie nuts. But if you can't, and it bugs Clue too. Though you can't hear me at all.
I hear you, but
I
it's
can
like
hear you.
it's like you're standing on the other side of the room away from the microphone. That's all.
Well, no, I know it drives Willie nuts. But Willie,
well, only because like right now, like as I'm speaking and you're speaking, you're too far away for me to hear that you're talking as I'm talking. I just hear muffling.
Well,
because you're so far away.
Prisons, so I kind of do know something.
Mm-hmm.
You just need to get it, and I'm not being rude. I certainly am not racist, guys. Okay, it's basically very, very uneducated folks. It pays better than McDonald's. They are lazy, and I am not saying there are not good correction officers. However, my experience has bottom line been that it pays better than McDonald's, y'all. And that's all I can tell you, Willie. And is that right? Is that okay? Of course not. I had horrible things happen to my kids in juvenile delinquency because of the correction officers.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know for sure that they're going to own anything, Willie, or are they still dancing like everything is okay?
Well, right now, I mean, it's just there's a public civil case, and all the information's out there for anybody to see. So
no, but I'm saying, are they taking any responsibility as it relates to staffing? Because yes, gender issues.
Not really. I mean, if you read it, they're like, that they're trying to say that they did everything, they did a evaluation before she went in, but yet the evaluation report was blank. So no, they're trying to say that they took the proper steps, but yet when you look, the proper steps weren't taken.
Oh no, they did that to me when they hurt my kid. And you know what I did when I went in and I wrote in the chart? I did 2 things. First off, I numbered the pages in the chart of that incident, like 1 of 1, 1 of 2, 1 of 3, because I was scared they were going to take out my notes. And they made a Xerox copy of them. And they fired him the next morning. I mean, he beat up one of my kids. That's no. You're getting paid here. You don't beat up one of my kids.
Right.
Oh my God, they hurt his. It was awful. He got fired, but I was scared they were going to take out my notes, Willie, in the patient's chart. And it was like, no, this is not going to happen. And this dude is going to get out of here. And he did. The next day, I fired him, thank God. But you're in for a long haul, Willie, because they're going to lie. And they're going to understaff. They always understaffed. And it pays better than McDonald's. And that's just all I
Well, I
can
understand.
tell
I mean,
I'm sorry, Willie.
yeah, I don't.
I'm
Yeah, I
sorry.
mean, there's nothing. I mean,
when-
I'm sorry they don't know how to do their jobs correctly. You know, what I'm saying is this happened 2 years ago. So, you know, this is now like they're going to have to face, you know, the questions here. People are going to have to take the stand and answer these questions. My thing is right now it's only civil, but you know, if something went on, like, you know, they go, I know where you're going with asking me if she had any enemies in there. You know, if it's just easier for them to write it off as being this, but it's really that. I don't know how that works criminally. I don't know, because right now it's just civil.
Right.
Who started the civil?
Her parents. They have like the best
okay.
lawyer that you could like that has to
Good.
like in the region that has to do with this shit.
Staff
Oh yeah, they're screwed
horrible.
civilly. I'm talking about like criminally.
No, good. Staff
Real quick.
We were all in danger.
Let me interrupt real quick because there's a lot of people that are confused. The case that we're talking about is Willie's daughter's mother went to jail and lost her life while she was there, and we're going to be covering it as a case because there's a lot of wrongdoings that went on, and that's why we're talking about it, guys. So anybody that was confused, I apologize.
Yeah, I didn't mean to like change it. I was just asking Clue if you got the email center, and then we just kind of started talking about it.
This is one that when I started reading it, dude, and then last night and Dinkies and stuff like that, it bothers me, Willie. Like it bothers me, like personally.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I've seen things in EMS, you know, responding to the jails to help with inmates, and this is close to home because you know I consider you to be a friend. So you know your daughter's mother going through this scenario, it's like what the hell, bro? And then
I just want to clarify: we have an attorney. We got an attorney right now.
That's good.
I keep seeing people like, you know, statute of limitation. This shit was already started with like a week or two after this happened. We got an attorney, and you know, he just had to gather all the information and question people and stuff, and then bang, that's where it just hit the books.
Right. And that's like when I personally look at something and say, yeah, I want to cover this shit right now because it's just a bad thing. Your child is motherless now because of a situation that, in my opinion, on what I saw, could have 100% wholeheartedly been completely prevented. Okay, so that's the problem I have with this.
Yeah, that's a big problem I have. And then you know, on the
What
other side
is
is
the name
okay.
of the case, Willie?
Huh?
What is like the name of it so we can? My curiosity is I want to read the way they're reporting it and the way the people.
Well, Dago said one night or something that you know he can bring everything up. We could talk about it. Because I sent him the information. I sent Clue and like I think two other people.
Okay. Oh no, I'm so. Oh, okay. So it's like you're not allowed to. Oh, that would make sense.
Oh no, I just like I said, I'm just bad with technology, dude. That's all.
Well, no, but I'm saying, do you know a search term or a name or something you can give me so I can see what they're trying to do?
Oh yeah, you just want like the link?
Well, yeah, a way to read the way they're covering.
Well, that's what I mean. I mean, the link is just going to tell you that you know there's an event, you know that something happened and they're getting sued. But as far as the investigation report, the toxicology, all that stuff, that's the information I had. The investigation report. You know, that's the stuff that I sent to Dago, and one day he said we can go over it.
Right.
I felt so bad for you, Willie, because and I felt so bad when my kid turned around in his bed, and it was awful. Because when I walked,
like I said, I'm doing this for my kid, man. Because
nurses kept running to me and telling me they put John in seclusion. He's in seclusion. He needs to see you. Oh, it was awful.
Mm-hmm. That's what I mean. I'm doing this for my kid.
All the time, Willie. They're not trained.
Else.
They're not trained. It pays better than McDonald's. They're not They go through no training.
So just some of the issues, even without what we're talking about, okay? This is another part of the other article that I was looking at. It says, with limited mental health resources, some of the plaintiffs
Yeah.
inside the Department of
What's that?
State Correctional Institute in Fayette have attempted suicide, flooded their cells with dirty toilet water, punched walls, written in their own blood, lawyers said. The Access accuses prison officials of placing inmates into confinement. This is just the solitary confinement situations, okay? Based on secret evidence, leaving them unable to challenge their placement. Those practices violate the constitutional rights and human rights, in a sense, of those incarcerated due to process from freedom from cruel and unusual punishment, the lawyer said. This is just another issue on top of all the other issues that there's lawsuits based on, okay?
It's really horrible to see all this, that nothing has changed since I've witnessed this personally 30 years ago.
They have what one of the reasons why I was asking him when we were talking about the markings and bruisings and things on her body as compared to some of the other stories I've seen, but there are a lot of what they're calling psychiatric episodes that they have had. This is just from placing people into solitary, self-mutilation and unalivings themselves, and they're not being paid attention to. They're throwing people in solitary and just walking away and forgetting about them. You know what I mean? It's just and it's all Pennsylvania is like adamant with this kind of stuff.
Soul might die. But that's what's crazy, man, is she was there. She was only there for a couple of days. She wasn't in for murder. She wasn't in for attempted murder. She was, her bail would have been nothing,
Yes.
It depends on how sick the unit is, and that changes day by day. Okay, in terms of who comes in, who comes out, but how sick they are, and how violent they are, and what meds they're on. It's complicated. I am certainly not saying that they should have done with their job, really.
Yeah, and then it seems like when something happens, they sweep it under the rug.
Yes, and then from seeing the headline, that's what they're doing, and they're going to get away with it. My guys got away with it. They fired that dude, and I did get the CEO of the facility, but it took months. But I did get him removed, and I do feel proud of that. And then I resigned. Okay, I had enough of this. It's sad shit.
Yeah. Like I said, if everything was, what a normal, hanging herself would look like, that's one thing. But when she has bruises on her face is bruised, that's not consistent with somebody, just hanging themselves. We have an issue.
It's not even emotionally congruent with when you are ready to do that. You're not violent with your, you know what I'm saying? You're tired, you're exhausted, you're ready to go.
Well, like I said, and I'm doing this.
Up is not an option.
Yeah, and again, me and her didn't have, and obviously me and her didn't have the best relationship because I, had full custody of my daughter since she was 8 months old. But still, I had to watch my 5-year-old daughter walk up and meet her mother in a casket, and then come home and explain to her, why mommy's not going to wake up and why mommy wasn't around. Okay. So, and if they could have prevented me, but hold on a second, Brian, that's the predicament they put me in. And that's what pisses me off, because if they could have prevented it and prevented my daughter from going through it and me having to have that conversation with her and now her parents have to deal with this heartache, I don't want other families to have to go through this shit. They should do the correct fucking thing. Hire the correct people. Listen, if you don't have females in that pod, move the prisoners to a pod where there's COs. If it's overpopulated, so what? At least they're being watched. Okay, that's what I'm pissed off about. Is if it's key, like he just brought up articles. If it's repetitive, so when is there an end? There has to be an end.
Carbon County, okay, Carbon County. Does that sound familiar, guys? Okay.
Yeah, right next to Monroe.
The database showed Carbon County had 2 deaths and roughly 150 people incarcerated each day. Both people in Carbon County jail died by suicide. How does an inmate die by suicide if the CO is doing their job?
Unbelievable.
They're not.
Very simply. Look
at
another
level, Willie. I just want to say to you, as a human being, you have done good stuff the last decade. You have publicly here owned some mistakes. You are trying.
I'm
And
not
I
perfect.
think now that you're having some trouble, but at some level, really own what you've done. You've got insight into where your problems were. You're taking care of your child.
Oh no,
You're
listen, bro. You gotta understand.
trying.
I'm good, man. Like I've taken care of my daughter by myself since I was 24. So I don't give a shit about that. This is just a fact of I don't want this happening to another family and
Well,
have somebody that go through what I went through explaining this to a
look,
child and why
that's
they're
the
never
point
going to see their
I'm
parent
trying to
again.
make. If you look at the graph, look, this is all Pennsylvania from 2022. This is 1 year.
Like this everywhere. It's awful.
Look at the suicide
Yeah.
rate. Look at that half of the pie. Everything
Jesus.
else. Okay, that you're gonna tell me that many people unalive themselves in jail? Come on now.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So
One
where's
of
the
my
policies? They
kids'
can't
eyes
strengthen their
was
policies.
hanging out of his skull, you guys. Yes. The correction officers on the 11 to 7 shift beat the crap out of one of my kids. This is just, they're not trained. It's better than McDonald's. They're hiring anybody. And it's sad. And Willie, you're in the middle of it. And it's really awful to really realize it's still going. I resigned after I got the CEO fired.
Yeah,
And
well,
I'm not going
we
to
got to
say
remember
any
this
more
just
about that
started.
because I'm not Brian. I mean, you know what I mean? That's not my name.
Yeah,
I will
but like I said,
never go
this just
online and
started,
give your
but
name, but it's
there's been an
sad.
investigation.
They won't do it, dude. They won't do it. And I'm sorry to say that to you. And I adore you. They're gonna lie, they're gonna cover up. And man, all of us together as a unit of human beings, if we haven't learned that together in the last 3 years with Kylie, with Gabby, ugh, it's fucked up. And I will not
That's what I
be
mean,
quiet.
and all this, but I'm supposed to believe that, everybody is squeaky clean, cops are squeaky clean, COs, everybody's squeaky clean, but yet you have cases like this and numbers like that. But yet it's bad when
What's
people bring
really
up the word
scary,
corruption.
Willie,
This is
is
right
it
there's the
seems like
reason why people bring
we're
up the
the
word
only ones
corruption.
that know any of this. It seems like the rest of the world, other than us, on true crime, are clueless. My sisters have no idea what's going on.
Oh hell no, they don't know.
Okay,
My mother just watches
nobody
the
knows,
news.
and it's scary shit. The cop will
Yeah.
come in right and arrest me.
There's a guy here that I was just reading this guy drowned in his own cell. How does that? And it's listed as listed as suicide. He drowned in his own cell.
There's
See,
drains in the
that's
cell.
fucked
Oh
up.
my god.
Anyway,
That makes no sense, dude.
yeah, we're gonna definitely be covering it, Willie. Once I get everything organized, whatever Clue wants to do, Dinky, however you guys want to do it, whatever you want
Yeah, I
done.
appreciate that, man. Like I said, if you would have told me, maybe it could have happened, but if you feel like how I feel reading that, then yeah, I appreciate
100%.
bringing it to light because
it is crazy.
Something's off.
But I think that is probably going to do it for today, folks. I've been here for four hours, so I got to get some things together. I'm going to be.
Really, you have done good work. You have in trying to work through some of your earlier issues. You've done.
I'm Gucci.
Yeah,
I'm always good, man. You gotta understand. I have to be always good. I'm always good. This is just something that I wanted an opinion on, and here we are.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Are you still here, Clue?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. If you fell asleep
Hi,
or not.
Clue.
Hi,
Clue.
Yeah, I appreciate you wanting to go over it, man. But I'm gonna hop down. I'll let you get off. Brian, appreciate you, man. Clue. I
might be back. I might be back on here tonight. I don't know yet. I have to. We're going to this funeral, and then.
I'm so sorry to go.
That's okay, buddy.
What happened?
My wife's stepbrother, in-law type thing. He passed away.
Sorry to hear that. How old was he?
He was 43.
Jesus.
Cancer. again.
Oh,
So that we're gonna do.
Wait 1 second, Dago. Am I allowed? And I want to ask Clue too, and Willie. I don't do funerals. I've been to one, and I never again. Do you guys find something meaningful about this? Like, I don't get it. I'm fine with let's drink and celebrate the person. No, it's a part of life that you die. Dago, do funerals, Clue? Do funerals give you guys some comfort?
Say that
No,
again?
I don't get any funerals out or any comfort out of funerals.
Oh, yeah. No.
No,
Okay,
but
see.
but you get closure.
Okay, so then maybe I asked the question wrong. So
Not
like,
everybody, but some people do.
You get something out of doing it? You guys, all three of you, do you? I just want to know.
I don't.
Well, you're in shock until up. See, I worked in the cemetery business for over 10 years, and like, I've watched a lot of families like, go through this, and like the shock, like sitting down with them the day it happens, the day after it happens. Okay, they're more like they're not losing it more than they are the day of the funeral. The day of the funeral, realization hits you, and
Yeah.
it all comes like I've seen people jump into the graves, like throw themselves into the graves, and the guys had to go down and like pull them out. They wouldn't get off the casket. I mean, I've seen it all, dude. So yeah, I can see what you're saying, Dago, where it doesn't bring closure for everybody, but I think it allows everybody to feel that this is it.
That's the problem right there for me. That when I go to a funeral, when I go to the funeral, that's final to me right there. That's when it kicks in that it's final. You know what I mean?
I'm the same way.
And that's why I've always had issue with, especially with
Well,
like my
okay.
best.
Are you dreading right now that now you're gonna go?
No.
Dago.
Yeah, I am. Me? Yes, of course I am. I don't
meant like go.
Wait, what were you gonna say, Willie? You would?
No, I thought you meant.
No, I don't want to go to a funeral. I'm not going to a funeral. Sorry,
No,
I'm not doing it.
No, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you meant like go like to the other side. Like, are you scared to go?
Oh no.
I misunderstood. My
It's
bad.
like, and I'm assuming this is maybe not good. Like I'm assuming our Clue is kind of religious.
Yes.
If you were exposed to religion, yes, Clue?
Yes.
But then you're way too bright. To it's like, no, this funeral shit's really kind of like not okay. It just, like, what is the reason?
I think we look at it as just like a way to say bye. You know what I mean?
Yes, that is what it is. It's a way to show tribute to celebrating that person's life in a sense. I know it's not.
And you gotta understand, Brian. I had a woman. She was in her 80s. Lose her husband, and she came every single day to his grave for 15 years until she passed away. I've seen a guy come to his wife's grave with a chair and drink their favorite kind of wine they used to drink every week. So a resting place gives the loved ones a place to come memorialize, and that's why I don't believe when people went. And again, everybody's open to their own wishes, but me being in the business, the biggest regrets I've seen from individuals is when they scatter their family's ashes, because they scatter them in an area where if family members become disabled, children become disabled, they can't visit other states, other countries and stuff like that. But if you have a cemetery to go memorialize somebody, it just gives a place, and that's why I believe everybody should at least be put in the ground, whether it's a casket, whether it's your urn, whatever the hell it is. Just give your family the opportunity, because when you pass away, it's not about you anymore. It's about the ones you leave behind, and you need to give them that opportunity to grieve somewhere. If that makes sense.
And it's like, I think it should be like, and obviously, I drink. Like, it should be about, including Beyonce drink, it should be about a celebration of life. Not like mourning that they died. I'm Jewish. We mourn that you died. You're born and you die. That's how the game.
But that comes
works.
after. That comes after, Brian. I mean, the celebration of life comes after the funeral, and then that's when everybody kind of settles down. But
I'll give you an example. By the way, Greg, my deepest condolences, my friend. I'm so sorry. For your loss. So sorry for your loss. My best friend of 41 years, Angie. You guys have heard me talk about her before. She was the Greek girl, everything. I watched for a solid year, almost to the day, her deteriorate from normal to completely gone from cancer, and then had a funeral for her. And I was there every other day with her, trying to help her get through this. Okay. When she was gone, it was hard until I went into that funeral home, and it was absolutely impossible. I collapsed, lost a grip on my life, and just was done, guys. I was done because to me, that's why I don't like going to funerals in the funeral homes and all that stuff, because in essence, to me, that's the finality of it. That's it. It's over. You can't go back from that point, even though I know before that, it's just one of them things. You know what I mean? So
yeah. And that's why, like I said, I could never, ever, ever be a field director. That's why, I have a personality. I can laugh and stuff like that. Field directors, though, you want to talk about cold people?
Yeah, I mean, it's just not, it's not cool. So
is that what you have to go to tonight, Dago?
I'm going to calling hours myself. They're going to through the funeral. I'm just going to go to the
Wait, say it again. What is it called? Calling hours?
Calling hours. Yes. You go and you'll just pay your respects real quick and then you leave. My wife and my kids and them, they're going for the full funeral. I can't do that. I just can't.
Yeah.
So I'm going to at least pay my respects and then move forward from there. That's all.
But okay, so
well, I'm gonna hop down, man. I hope, like I said, God bless you. I'm sorry for your loss.
Black jacket, all the black shit.
But I'll get back.
Clue, Brian. Hope you guys have a good day in chat. I gotta hop down and go.
I love my Willie. Willie, you've been good. You've
Bye,
been
Willie.
trying to work on
See you, Clue.
yourself, dude.
Bye,
all right, see you, man. See you guys. God bless you.
Bye, Willie. So, Dago, are you gonna have to dress in all black and dark and all that stuff?
I mean, yeah, I have all black.
Okay, I'm just asking. I'm done.
I have a black suit. Actually, the way this goes is he actually requested that everybody show up in Cleveland Browns gear for this. He was a huge Browns fan. That's what he wanted. So I think that's what everybody's doing. But typically I would wear all black. I have a black suit. That's what I would wear.
Clue.
Hey,
Cam. Last time you had to go to one.
My brother.
That's a lot.
My father died last year in March, and no. And I'm not gonna remember the date on my mother.
See,
but no, I didn't go, and I'm fine with not going.
Parents,
that was during COVID, and they did it on that Yelp thing or whatever you guys had, and that was kind of cool. But no, I didn't go.
I think parents and siblings are that's just no. I couldn't. And God bless you, Clue, because that's a lot, hon. That's a lot.
It sure is, Clue.
It's not the same without him, but I mean,
I get it.
Wait, I'm sorry. I was talking. What's new? What did you just say, Clue?
She said it's a lot. It's not the same without him.
It's I guess because your parents are gonna go one day, but you expect you'll live the majority of your life. If something happened between fiance and me, right? He was that person that I knew I could count on. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's at least not gonna be me alone if something happens.
Yes.
But
it's a sibling. It's a different. Yes, it's very important.
Yeah, I was 9 years old when I went to my father's funeral, and that is what messed me up with funerals. I went to my father's funeral when I was 9. A month later, I went to his father's funeral, and then I went to my uncle's funeral about a year later. And then there's been a lot, guys. And then with what I got into doing for work, that was bad. And then my best friend, that one really messed me up out of all of them. I'll be honest. Besides my father's, my biological fathers, I should say. It just they're bad. They're just bad, you guys. I don't like funerals, but they're part of life, you know.
This has been helpful for me, you guys. It's like I've had guilt, but no, that's how I feel. And it was like I was young, and it was the uncle. We're Jewish, and I still don't get it. But you guys, do you all realize that we throw a shovel of sand on your coffin? Do you realize how much that traumatized me? I am throwing garbage on him. And it's like, it just freaked me out, you guys. It did. No, I don't want to throw sand on Uncle. It's like weird. Like, you guys don't do that, right? Okay, we don't do open caskets, so we're good that way. But you guys do open casket, right? But throwing a shovel
can,
of
yeah.
sand on your uncle?
I mean, I watched
No.
a family I know, the kids, they literally, instead of the people that worked there throwing all the dirt on and covering him, it was their dad.
That's horrible.
They did it on purpose. Like, they wanted to be the one to do it, so they knew
Brian,
it was done.
yeah, different religions and different like nationalities do different things, Brian. That's what that's about. Different beliefs. It depends on what the beliefs are in the family and stuff like that. Kelly, my email is up on screen just in case you got it wrong by some chance, hon. They're just it depends on what it is and where how it's done. You know, there's a lot of different variations, and they all suck in my opinion. Because
no, I didn't want to. I didn't want to throw a shovel of sand on my uncle. Like, I don't know what you people are telling me to do. Blah blah blah. I will be quiet now, but no, it's just no. And I've never. Thank God, I've never gone to another one since.
Right.
My entire life, I've gone to one, and that's it. And I will never go to another one.
I understand completely.
Jacob, I'm gonna jump down to my kid's about to be home from school.
Yeah. I gotta shut down here anyway. Like I said, I might be back in here later on tonight. I don't know for a fact if it's so. Don't get excited or don't be upset if I don't. But depending on what happens tonight,
Sorry.
I might need to. But thank you for jumping up here, Brian. Thank you for jumping up here.
Bye, everybody. Bye,
Bye,
Brian.
I'll see you guys. I'll talk to you
Bye,
soon.
Daddy Dago.
Yes,
what am I
sir.
supposed to say to you? Okay, you know, I have a good time. No, but just okay. You're going. You're doing it. Love you.
Absolutely, and thank you for joining me, Brian. I appreciate you, bud. Everybody else in chat, thank you guys so much for joining me today. I hope everybody didn't get too confused with everything today. Appreciate you very much. Like I said, guys, I may be back in here tonight. I'm sorry, Firefly. Like I said, I might be back in here tonight, Firefly. I might need it. I hope you guys, if not, I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your night. But if so, I will see you all a little bit later on. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other, and don't change a thing about yourselves because you guys are the beautiful people. And I will see you all. Thank you, Chelly, so very soon. Bye-bye.